Hello everyone. Still some people coming in. Let's start. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the director of the International Polar Foundation, it's an honor for me to welcome you at the 16th annual Arctic Futures Symposium already, this year in a different location, as you can see for those who have come before, in the EFTA House. Thank you all for being here with us in Brussels. We also welcome the people online, as you know. And I take the opportunity as well to thank all of our partners with whom we worked closely the last few months to make this happen. And I'm thinking, I'll quickly go through the names of our many partners, but special thanks to our friends from Canada and Quebec, Denmark, the Faroe Islands, Finland, Greenland, Iceland, Norway and Sweden, and of course the EU as well. We also welcome, and I've seen them already today, the people from the Arctic Economic Council, Patty from the Arctic Mayors Forum, the Arctic 6 Interact, and Kiruna, European Capital of Culture 2029. Also, short thanks, but important thanks to our sponsors this year. ULU, the European capital, we have a lot of European capitals for culture. This time the ULU, the European Capital of Culture 2026. BODA, European Capital of Culture 2024, and also Royal Greenland. And of course, I'd like to personally thank our teams of the International Polar Foundation, of course. Before I forget, may I ask you to put your phones on silent mode, please? Thank you very much. And I would like now to convey to all of you a warm welcome from the founder and the president of our foundation, Alain Hubert, who's currently in Antarctica with our teams at the Princess Elizabeth Antarctica Station. As you know, the one and only zero-emission station in Antarctica, but I'll stop the PR talk here. They are hard at work now already to support polar scientists in Antarctica. You know, that's one of the core missions of our foundation. I would now like to hand over to one of our board members, a former Belgian ambassador as well and diplomat who held key positions in London, Geneva, Hanoi and Hong Kong, and who is now the vice president since a number of years already, the vice president of the Belgian Polar Secretariat, Piet Stijl.
Thank you, Nicholas. And I would like to extend also a very warm welcome to all the people in the room here, our distinguished guests, people from many different places from the northern part of Europe, here in Brussels, the heart of Europe, for this 16th edition of the Arctic Futures Symposium over the next 1.5 days. And on behalf of the International Polar Foundation, of the board of the International Polar Foundation, I will say just a few words because I'm sure there will be many, many long speeches. But it is probably an understatement when I say that the interest in the Arctic is only increasing, and also that the geopolitical situation in the world is shifting. And it's therefore more than ever important that we have open dialogues like this symposium today and tomorrow, particularly for the exchange of information and best practices. I think this is a key point. So the residents of the Arctic are facing an uncertain future. The security situation in the Arctic is becoming less certain. And maintaining a strong and resilient Arctic population is key to the region's security. And at the same time, every day in the Arctic, every day the citizens in the Arctic want to concentrate on making life better for themselves. It's kind of basic need. And residents of the Arctic must also deal with the problems and the challenges of climate change. And according to the latest reports, the climate is warming at a much higher speed in the Arctic part than in the rest of Europe. And over the next 1.5 days, we will hear from Arctic stakeholders discussions such as, the economic development of the Arctics, investing in the region's future, the value, and I think this is a very important point, the value that culture brings to the Arctic, cooperation on creating a more sustainable energy solution, resources and land management, and of course the utility of Arctic research to better understand the past and the future. And in addition to the dialogue that will take place here over the next day and a half, we also will award for the 4th time the Laurence Tran Arctic Award for young entrepreneurs. And tomorrow at the symposium, we will also announce the winner of the prestigious Mon Prize for excellence in research related to the Arctic. So we can't wait to learn more what important research this person has been doing. And I would like also to end by thanking, as already said by Nicola, the sponsors, the partners. I think without their support, I think it would be very difficult to keep our annual symposium going. So without further ado, I would like now to invite my colleague, Belgian ambassador for the Arctic and the Antarctic, His Excellency Patrick Renaud.
Well, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a heart welcome. I wouldn't say a warm welcome, but a heartfelt welcome to Belgium. With the weather we have here, I think that we at least could ask to become a member of the Arctic Council. At least about the climate, I can guarantee you we tick all the wrong boxes. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I've been given an impossible mission, which is to be brief. I mean, you should never give a microphone to a diplomat anyway. That's a big mistake. I would like to thank first and foremost, of course, my friends of the International Polar Foundation, the Ambassador Piet Stelen, and my colleagues here from various countries of the EU and other who are present here today. I've been asked also to give you a little bit a situation about our position in Arctic and Antarctic. I am the ambassador, as you said, for Arctic and Antarctic, both of them, which makes me a bipolar ambassador. And for me, it's official. So, I mean, that's I'm the only one so far. But our presence in Antarctic, in particular, goes back a long time ago. For the how should I say, history buffs in the room. I mean, it was in 1896, where we had the privilege and the mishap of having the first ship who spent the winter in Antarctic. The big thing is that it was not expected. So I mean, they were stuck for basically 6 months in the south, and I already at that time, and that's something we hold dear, and we hold dear today in Antarctic and in our presence in the Arctic. We hold dear an international presence. So, I mean, Scott was on board, for example. So we have been there for a bit more than 100 years. And our country has always had the same oceanographic boat called the Belgica, which was the name of this ship in 1896. And we are today at the Belgica number 5, which it's a brand new ship. We are working on having this ship here in Brussels because we have a port here in Brussels. And I hope that we'll be able to invite everyone to meet that. I mean, it's still with some teething problems, but this is a major part of our effort in the Arctic. We are going to ask for an observer status at the Council. We know that the present situation, of course, is a bit slightly blocked for things which have little to do with research and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, we wish to present our candidature as a token of interest, an interest for science, and interest for climate. As Pete Stale, the Ambassador Pete Stale said, I mean, for us, the elephant in the room, if I may say, is the climate. I'm a bit, I mean, for the last, it seems to be a bit less prominent than before. We speak a lot about strategic things, about minerals and so on and so forth. But we should not forget that the major situation, let's put it that way, that's the climate change and the situation in the Arctic and the Antarctic. And strangely enough, as you all know, I mean, this precipitous changes are between 3 and 4 times faster than anywhere else in the world. But that's something which is, of course, an existential problem for all of us, and I think it's good to remember that from time to time. I promise that would be brief. So I mean, if I can serve you some drinks in the meantime or something like that. But the main thing for us is that we wish to remain and to increase our presence in the Arctic. As far we are putting the last how should I say, those last pages on a new strategic document, and I would like here to thank the Egmont Center and Madame Konings for her major and absolutely capital help in this document. In a nutshell, I mean, it has to be still vetted by the Council of Ministers and the Parliament, but basically we are putting the emphasis on the respect of international law, on the respect of the local people, because nothing can be done without them, and nothing should be done without them. They know it better, and it's a simple way of, how should I put it, of respect. So I mean, we hold dear, and it cost us a lot in our history, we hold dear about decision by the people, and decision which is taken by the people in the region and not somewhere else. So that's something which is important for us. We hold dear as well on all plans, on all how should I say, activities, but also in the Arctic about the multilateralism. That's something which it's the best solution, and that's a concept which is a bit mishandled for the time being. But that's let's work for the future. So I mean, I will stop there. I see already a sigh of relief by everyone else. But once again, I would like to thank you for giving me the privilege of talking shortly, and I wish you 1.5 days of splendid weather in Brussels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the keynotes, for the introduction remarks. We'll now move to our first keynote speaker this morning. It's the European Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Commissioner Kostas Kadis. He could not be here with us today, but he kindly recorded the following video message.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Arctic, it is a pleasure to address you at the Arctic Futures Symposium. Let me start by thanking the International Polar Foundation for organizing this important event, which brings together Arctic stakeholders, including local and national policymakers, Arctic indigenous peoples, natural and social scientists, academics, and industry representatives. As a commissioner for the ocean and a scientist, I truly appreciate the remarkable work you are doing to promote polar science and research. This work is even more important as we navigate this new era of strategic importance for the Arctic. For its part, the European Union remains committed to the economic and social well-being of Arctic communities. And we are delivering on this commitment. Our EU Arctic policy is grounded on three main pillars: keeping the Arctic safe and stable, promoting international cooperation, and fostering sustainable and inclusive development that empowers the people living in the Arctic. In addition, the EU's Arctic policy upholds the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. We recognize the unique challenges faced by those who call the Arctic home and continue to support their resilience and growth. And let me share a few examples. The first is our involvement in the Arctic Urban Regional Cooperation Network. This initiative brings together 15 municipalities from across the Arctic to work together on finding solutions to issues such as reversing depopulation trends and tackling the impacts of climate change. Another one of our long-standing priorities has been the continued engagement with young people in the Arctic. In June, at the EU Arctic Forum in Finland, I had the pleasure of convening the Arctic Youth Policy Dialogue, listening, learning, and engaging with young voices driving change. This engagement extends to indigenous peoples as well. My recent visit to the Sami Parliament in Finland underlined the importance of including indigenous peoples in our discussions, giving us a better understanding of challenges and opportunities in the Arctic. Furthermore, our partnership with Greenland remains a priority. It is evolving beyond traditional avenues like education and fisheries to renewable energy, sustainable raw materials, digital transformation, and environmental protection. And these are key areas not only for Greenland's diversification, but also for our own strategic resilience. And in addition to these achievements, we have done more. For example, we established the Copernicus Arctic Hub. We continue supporting Arctic and polar research and innovation with around 200 million euro in investments, and with an additional amount of 273 million euro for Interreg cross-border cooperation programs. So let me now turn to some exciting developments for both the EU and the Arctic. In June, the Commission adopted the European Ocean Pact, which will contribute to the implementation of our Arctic policy. The Ocean Pact reaffirms the ocean's strategic role in Europe's competitiveness, resilience, prosperity, and security. The first noteworthy achievement under this pact is the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with Iceland, creating a framework to enhance our bilateral cooperation, especially on sustainable fisheries, ocean affairs, the blue economy, and Arctic matters. Globally, the coming entry into force of the Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, the BBNJ Agreement, will impact the Central Arctic Ocean. As you are aware, the EU remains fully committed to the implementation of the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, a priority under our EU Arctic policy. We also continue our work with the like-minded Arctic states and the Arctic Council. We welcome the chairship of the Kingdom of Denmark, whose priorities align closely with ours. In light of these developments, European Commission President von der Leyen announced a review of the EU Arctic policy. We are currently defining the parameters of this review, and we will consult all the relevant partners in the process. In all of this, it is important to recognize that climate change remains the most significant threat to our planet, including the Arctic. This was true in 2021 when we updated our Arctic strategy, and it is still true today. Thus, our objectives to tackle climate change in the Arctic remain unchanged. In conclusion, I am pleased to announce the 2026 edition of the EU Arctic Forum, the Indigenous Peoples Dialogue and the EU Arctic Youth Dialogue from the 1st to the 3rd of September 2026 in Brussels. I hope you will join us for these EU flagship events. But in the meantime, I wish you very interesting exchanges in the context of this Arctic Futures Symposium. Thank you.
So we thank the Commissioner for his message, and we took note of the event he mentioned at the end. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greenland. He has been active in politics in Greenland since quite a number of years, as he has been the head of the department of the Prime Minister of Greenland, the Chief of Staff and head of department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the former representative of Greenland to the EU. Mr. Kleijs, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear friends of the Arctic, it's a pleasure and honor to address you here in Brussels today, my former hometown, and good to see many familiar faces. I'm giving this keynote on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Research, Naalakkersuisok Minister Vivian Motzfeldt, who unfortunately was prevented from participating in today's session. She sends her warm regards to you all. Thank you for the invitation and to the organizers for bringing us together once again for this annual event, giving us a chance to discuss and exchange views and ideas on cooperation in the Arctic. Standing here in the heart of Europe, but speaking about the Arctic, we're reminded of a simple truth. What happens in the Arctic has an influence on the rest of the globe. It shapes our global climate, our oceans, our security environment, and our shared future. The symposium here is a catalyst for decision-making and network building by mobilizing key voices of science, policy, business, and local Arctic communities to rapidly turn knowledge into actions. As you know, Greenland, as part of the Kingdom of Denmark, currently holds the chairship of the Arctic Council. This chairship is carried out by the entire kingdom, Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and Denmark together, with Greenland playing a leading role also. For us, this is more than a diplomatic assignment. It's about our home and how to shape the issues that are affecting us. Greenland is not only on the map of the Arctic, we're intrinsic to the Arctic, together with our fellow Arctic peoples. The challenges and opportunities we're faced with is an everyday reality for us, the people who call Arctic our home. This is why, under the Kingdom of Denmark's chairship, we have chosen to put people at the center. Our chairship program is built around 5 interconnected priorities. 1, indigenous peoples and communities of the Arctic. 2, sustainable economic development and energy transition solutions. 3, oceans. 4, climate change in the Arctic. And 5, biodiversity. The peoples of the Arctic are no strangers to change. We have survived and thrived in the harsh conditions of the Arctic for thousands of years. This is a point that the Prime Minister of Greenland, Jens Frederik Nielsen, who also emphasized in his address to the European Parliament back in October. He also pointed out how we have been able to deal with these changes, namely by recognizing the fact that we need each other. We need each other to deal with changes, both the challenges and opportunities. This is the very reason why the Arctic Council exists, to foster cooperation, to bring together indigenous peoples and communities of the Arctic, to exchange knowledge, ideas, and solutions that can be put into action. We also need cooperation with our partners and friends to the south for mutual benefit. But we must recognize that cooperation in the Arctic should always be conducted under frameworks determined by the peoples of the Arctic. The rule of law applies, and we must secure the direct benefit of the communities and the peoples of the Arctic. This holds true for all areas of cooperation in the Arctic, including when it comes to this year's topic of the Arctic Futures Symposium, Sustainable Economic Development in a Changing Arctic Landscape. This topic is of great importance as we look at some of the immediate needs of the Arctic. It's also why it is one of the key priorities of the Kingdom of Denmark's chairship program. It has become increasingly important to develop sustainable cooperation on areas such as connectivity, energy, raw materials, and more. For Greenland specifically, we continue to see growth within these areas, but as the world is changing and the Arctic continues to change in a rapid pace, there's a need to hasten the pace for cooperation. Greenland has had a close cooperation with the EU on these areas for years, and we look at a partnership that has gradually grown and changed to fit the needs of Greenland and the EU. Just a couple of weeks ago, an EU-Greenland Week was held here in Brussels, bringing together relevant stakeholders from the government of Greenland, EU institutions, as well as stakeholders from the private sector in Greenland and Europe. The aim of the week was to discuss the opportunities for cooperation on connectivity, energy, and raw materials, in order to find concrete steps forward on these areas to the mutual benefit of Greenland and the EU. In fact, one concrete project that officially moved forward during the EU-Greenland Week was the Dusas Connect project, as the European Commission announced a commitment to invest 54.7 million euro in a submarine cable that will run from Qaqortoq in South Greenland to Aasiaat in mid-North Greenland. This will not only create increased redundancy for Greenland, but can eventually serve the digital connectivity needs of the EU as well, including in the establishment of secure and safe communication links between Europe and Asia. Specifically in terms of research, we welcome joint research projects, co-created and co-funded calls and programs, and better mobility for students and researchers between Greenland, the rest of the kingdom, and Europe. For Greenland, it remains crucial that research in and about the Arctic is done with Arctic communities, not merely within them, on them, or about them. it is equally important that research, data, and scientific results stemming from research activities in the Arctic are shared with us in the Arctic. That's not a given today. Under our chairship of the Arctic Council, we will do everything we can to safeguard the Council's core mandate, to protect the environment and to support the people of the Arctic, including indigenous peoples, through concrete science-based cooperation. As we look to develop meaningful cooperation in the Arctic, we hope we can build on some of the good examples that already exist and create new ones as well. The Arctic Council is going through a challenging time. I think we all know that. You alluded to it just before. But we can assure you that the Council is alive, and it is kicking. And this guy is kicking, Kenneth. On behalf of the Government of Greenland, Naalakkersuisut, and of the Kingdom of Denmark's Arctic Council chairship, both colleagues from Greenland, colleagues from Faroe Islands, and colleagues from Denmark, I'd like to thank you for the cooperation we have, and we'd like to continue this cooperation in order to ensure a prosperous, secure, and sustainable Arctic. Grønner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleijs, for the remarks. I now would like to invite on stage the European Union's Special Envoy for Arctic Matters. She also leads the Division for Western Europe. Her career includes key roles in Eastern Europe diplomacy, Russia relations, the OSCE, as well as a diplomatic posting at the US Department. And we noticed yesterday again how of a keen fan she is of Arctic short films. Ms. Véron-Révy, would you please come on stage? Thanks again for being with us this year.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. And indeed, I see many faces who were last night, Galerie de la Reine, watching the Arctic Shorts, which is always a privileged moment in Brussels Arctic life. But today, as we hear for the Arctic Symposium, first I want to say I'm very happy to see you again in a place that starts to feel like home. I'm here almost every week these days. But it is an honor and a pleasure to address you on behalf of the High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Kaja Kallas, who could not make it for this symposium. Thank you very much, of course, to the Polar Foundation for organizing this symposium, and thank you to the EFTA House for hosting us. To set the scene on where we are, we all know in this room that significant development have taken place since the EU's most recent Arctic policy was published in 2021. And this is why, as Commissioner Cadiz announced, that we have started the presentation to update our Arctic policy. And this update is meant to consider emerging challenges, but also emerging opportunities for the Arctic. But let me make clear first a few things. An update doesn't mean that we disregard the long-standing challenges of the Arctic. That's the first point. And the second point, and that too was said by Commissioner Cadiz, this update will include a proper consultation, a public consultation and a consultation of stakeholders. Now, I want to refer you after the Arctic Shorts to another cultural Arctic phenomena, so to say, which is the Arctic Encyclopedia that was published a few months ago with some support of the European Union. And it includes wonderful contribution from artists, politicians, scientists, and businesses. And I would like to extract 3 words from this encyclopedia. First word is myth, second word is distance, and the third word is geopolitics. So myth, and I think I've seen him in this room, Andreas Ostergen, political scientist in Norway at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, highlight that we often make the mistake of speaking myth into being when we talk about the Arctic. And that leads us to reduce the Arctic to a concept, often as an homogeneous entity. And doing so, we fail to account to the endless variety of people, of places, of landscape, resources, but also the variety of challenges that you can find across the Arctic. The second word is distance. So this is proposed by Jason Richard Balk, who is a food scientist and chef. And his entry in the encyclopedia is simply a screenshot of a map showing the 102 kilometers that he has to drive to reach Stø from Dragnes in the west of Norway. And as the crow flies, the distance would be 22 kilometers across the fjord. But with no direct connection, of course, he has to drive a long road. And the third word is geopolitics. Geopolitics, as proposed by Swedish geographer, I believe, Klaus Dodds. It is not possible to have a conversation about international politics or the Arctic without also considering geopolitics. Quite succinctly, it boils down to how geographical factors such as land, population, and resources influence and even determine political realities. Now, these are beautiful words, and how do these notions inform us on how we can understand and address current issues in the Arctic? So the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said a few weeks ago, as she was speaking to the Nordic Council plenary, that we have entered an era of competitive geopolitics and confrontational geoeconomics. It's an era where resources and their location are growing in strategic importance. And we can say that these dynamics have their origin from outside the Arctic, but nevertheless, they have implication for the Arctic. We have seen surging interest in Greenland. Mr. Permanent Secretary, of course, you're receiving so many people coming over to your beautiful land. We have seen an increased in defense presence in the Arctic, an increase in hybrid activities such as repeated drone incursions, subsea cable sabotage, airspace violation, including in the Arctic and in Denmark. However, viewing the Arctic exclusively through this prism would contribute to the myth that the Arctic is a theater where great powers play out their strategic battles over mineral resources, and drones and military personnel are to be found on every street corner. This is not the case, far from it. But we must look at Arctic matters in a wider setting than before, where security is not only about armies and arsenals, it is also about the strength of societies. What society needs? Well, people need to feel secure when they go out fishing, or they need to have the feeling that sound data to provide reliable weather forecasts, solid seabed surveys, and satellite information for safe navigation are there. They need to know that there can be emergency assistance that help is readily available and quick to respond. They need to have fast connectivity to ensure stable access to necessary service without the need to travel. And they need power and heating sources that are dependable and self-sufficient. It is important to openly address the new Arctic dynamics among local inhabitants, local and regional authorities, as well as among Arctic states and non-Arctic countries taking a strong interest in Arctic matters. None of us can ignore the local and the global importance of the coming transformation across the Arctic region. The EU is ready to support through our Trans-European transport network policy in improving transport corridors, not just north to south, but also east to west, by boosting connectivity through the Connecting Europe facility, by developing the EU raw material value chain, including in the mutually beneficial Memorandum of Understanding signed with Greenland, with Norway, and with Canada. Supporting the green transition and sustainable development in the Arctic regions and ensuring the meaningful inclusion of indigenous people must be at the heart of our policy. Now, to conclude, the breadth and the variety of Arctic issues is considerable, and we will have to look at all of them as we review our Arctic policy with the objective of making our policy fit and relevant to today's context. But throughout our policy review, two principles will continue to guide our work: sustainability and inclusiveness. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the rest of this symposium.
Thank you, Ms. Véron-Révy, for these remarks. Finally, one more keynote speaker, Ms. Olsvik. Sarah Olsvik is the international chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council and a leading advocate for indigenous rights and Arctic communities. She's a former member of both the Danish and the Greenlandic parliaments, and previously Greenland's Vice Premier and Minister for Families, Gender, Equality and Justice. And as you can see on the screen, she's not with us because we're looking for the video. She, unfortunately, unlike last year, she could not be with us, but she was so kind to prepare some video remarks. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Friends, colleagues, it is my pleasure to address this year's Arctic Futures Symposium and provide insights on behalf of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. I will focus primarily on two things: the effects of climate change to Inuit livelihoods, including the need for global action, and the importance of employing a human rights approach if resource development is to be called or can be called sustainable. In both these agendas, the EU, Arctic states and nations have an ample opportunity to be front runners. Last week I returned to Nuuk from COP30, and I want to begin with commending the EU for the strong support for indigenous peoples, as well as for the push for COP30 to conclude more ambitiously. Many of us left Belém with quite some disappointment. The inability of states to agree on ambitious global climate policies is particularly worrying for us as Arctic inhabitants. Extreme weather events, rising temperatures, lack of sea ice, and melting permafrost have once again led to loss of livelihoods, of lives, and devastating changes to Inuit communities. This fall, 1,000 inhabitants of the Western Alaskan communities hit by Typhoon Halong were relocated to urban centers, uncertain if they can ever return to their lands and livelihoods. According to findings reported by Arctic Council Working Group AMAP, there are indications that we will see nearly ice-free summers by 2040. We also face a risk of damage to up to 50% of infrastructure across the Arctic by 2050 due to permafrost thaw. We thus echo the disappointment conveyed by the EU delegation. Once again, the climate COP agenda was directed by fossil fuel interests and profit, and this year in particular by what seemed to be geopolitics rather than climate politics. The Just Transition Work Programme, although including a historic standalone paragraph on the rights of indigenous peoples, including our right of self-determination and to free prior-informed consent, omitted any language on human rights safeguards and human rights accountability. As we in the Arctic pursue energy transition, we should thus walk ahead and insist on standards ensuring that no human rights violations take place as extractive industries expand in our homelands and beyond. Likewise, as we pursue energy production from wind, hydro or solar power, we should ensure that no components used in our projects are produced by violating the rights of indigenous peoples, no matter where they live in the world. As we gathered in Belém, the killings of land defenders in the Amazon continued. We heard of extractive projects in regions of the world with involvement of EU member states and European investors pushing their way in by land encroachment and resource grabbing. However, we don't have to go all the way to the Amazon to see the pressure from extractive industries and geopolitical energy interests. Under the EU's Critical Raw Materials Act, so-called strategic projects have been approved on Sami ancestral lands. The EU, as well as our own governments, must ensure full implementation of the rights of indigenous peoples, including the right to free, prior and informed consent. We thus call on all European countries, as democratic states and nations, to look inwards to ensure that all value chains of the transition agenda uphold human rights, within our own jurisdictions and elsewhere. Despite these atrocities not being addressed at the COP30 outcomes, we were able to shine some light of hope for indigenous peoples. The global Mutirao include a historic first mention of indigenous peoples' land rights, and the Just Transition Work Programme, as a first multilateral climate document ever, underscores the importance of protecting indigenous peoples' involuntary isolation, achievements that we must build on in the years to come. Excellences, working on the climate file does not only take place during the climate COPs. It requires constant attention and hard work year-round. Under the UNFCCC framework, Inuit work closely with Sami as the Arctic socio-cultural region. From ICC, we have recently taken over the seat in the Facilitative Working Group, a unique body consisting of experts nominated by states and an equal number of experts nominated by indigenous peoples. This constellation is under threat, but we were able to at least postpone a decision that would undermine the status, rights and role of indigenous peoples in this body. I once again wish to thank the EU delegation led by Commissioner Hoekstra and Danish Minister Aagaard for working constructively with us during the COP to mitigate the harm of such possible decisions. The Facilitative Working Group is one of the products of the Paris Agreement, and its latest work program include regional gatherings to be held within the next years. I want to call on the governments of Denmark and Kalaallit Nunaat Greenland to host the Arctic Regional Gathering before the end of the ongoing Arctic Council chairship. Gathering indigenous knowledge holders will provide invaluable contributions to the work we all do in combating climate change. Furthermore, bridging the important work of the Arctic Council with the UNFCCC processes have proved its worth at the previous Arctic Regional Gathering held on the Norwegian side of Sápmi in 2023. We welcome any funders who would like to support an Arctic Regional Gathering. This is a good opportunity to uphold the promises of supporting Arctic indigenous peoples. The bridging of knowledge produced under the Arctic Council into global climate processes is one of many examples of what the Arctic Council, soon to reach 30 years of existence, has achieved and must continue to build on. Colleagues, Iqinmutit friends, before concluding, I want to convey Inuit Circumpolar Council's gratitude for the good cooperation we have with the Kingdom of Denmark's Arctic Council chairship. Skillfully, the chairship is maneuvering extremely and increasingly complex waters, upholding the promise of all eight Arctic states and 6 indigenous peoples' organizations with permanent participant status to continue our work and cooperation in the Arctic Council. As Arctic peoples and nations, we share concerns and we share solutions. In a time of fragmentation, the Arctic Council stands as a bastion of Arctic cooperation, as a signal to the world that our region is unique, due to its peoples, its environment, and its significance for global climate systems. We must hold each other accountable in maintaining focus on cooperation and peace in the Arctic. And states must set the bar higher for human rights to be a core principle in all developments, within our region and beyond. I regret that I've only been able to travel to Brussels once in person during my term as ICC chair. And I warmly thank the International Polar Foundation and their partners for consistently inviting ICC to address this important symposium. So thank you for the video opportunity this year. Brøyana, I wish you all fruitful days.
Thank you, Ms. Olsvik, through video. Ladies and gentlemen, these were our keynote speakers for today. I would like to thank them again also for their presence with us. And it's now time to open our round of panel discussions. We will have 2 panel discussions this afternoon. Note that if you wish to ask questions after the panel discussions, there will be colleagues of ours available. Raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. Our first panel discussion will be moderated by Patty. We all know Patty Bruns very well, the Secretary General of the Arctic Mayors Forum. Prior to working for the Arctic Mayors Forum, Patty was at the Canadian International Arctic Centre, where she served as Senior Policy Advisor. Patty will be moderating a panel on sustainable economic development priorities of the Kingdom of Denmark Arctic Council Chairship. Patty, it's all yours.
I will just ask my panelists to come up to the stage and take their seats. We're running a little behind schedule, so I will try to be as efficient as possible, but if everybody could just take a random seat, I'll stage manage you once you're up here. While everybody is getting settled, I would just like to say thank you for joining us today for this conversation on Arctic futures here in Brussels. Many of you here today are already deeply familiar with the Arctic Council and the priorities of the Kingdom of Denmark chairship, and also the wider institutional landscape that exists in the Arctic today. Today and in this session, we will dive a little deeper into one of the priorities of the Kingdom of Denmark chairship and mentioned and put into context by the permanent secretary, so thank you for that. And that is, what does it actually mean for development in the Arctic to be shaped by the peoples of the Arctic on their own terms? Right now, the region is changing very rapidly, economically, environmentally, and socially. We know that there is growing interest in the blue economy and in new transport routes, in digital and physical connectivity, and in the green transition. There is also increasing attention from external actors, including the EU and private sector. The core question for us today is, how do we make sure that this wave of interest and investment does not simply happen to Arctic communities, but is in fact guided by them? And this is also one of the main priorities of the Arctic Mayors Forum. How do we strengthen north-to-north cooperation, ensure meaningful participation and benefit of Arctic indigenous peoples, and still work constructively with partners like the EU and responsible business? We have a fantastic panel to help us explore these questions, and my role as moderator is quite simple: to move beyond the set pieces and really hear how our distinguished colleagues believe that the things they're working on can really lead a change in the Arctic in the next few years. So with that, let me introduce our panelists, and then we're going to dive straight into the conversation today. First, we have Kenneth Hoag. He's the chair of the Senior Arctic Officials and representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greenland. Claude, we've met you already. Claude, thank you for being on the panel today. Head of Division for Western Europe at the External Action Service and the EU Special Envoy for Arctic Matters. Hans Ellefsen, nice to meet you. Hans is an associate professor and vice dean at the Faculty of History and Social Sciences at the University of the Faroe Islands, and he brings to the panel a deep expertise on the blue economy and regional development. Camilla Avaya-Olsen, my dear friend, chair of the Arctic Council Sustainable Development Working Group, which focuses on the human dimension of Arctic development. And last but certainly not least, Edward Alexander, co-chair of the Gwich'in Council International, representing Indigenous perspectives and leadership in Arctic governments and community-led economies. I am going to try to have some time at the end for questions. I would ask, since we are short on time, that you jot your questions down and keep them really short so that we can maybe take a couple before we break for an abbreviated coffee break. I'm going to start with a question of motivation to all of you. And it's really this. What is one change in the Arctic economy or in the ways development is happening in the Arctic that strongly motivates your work right now? Kenneth, I'm going to turn first to you.
Thank you. It's a big question. I mean, the changes in the Arctic are actually happening on multiple levels. This is when we're talking about climate, environment, economic development, investments, thinking about both public and private investments. And we're also influenced by new technologies and geopolitics. And but I would also like to mention developments in demographics, youth and indigenous communities, local inhabitants. And these are all factors that contributes both to challenges and opportunities in the Arctic. It's important that we don't look at each issue being isolated, because it's not. And we need a holistic approach into all the different issues that I mentioned. And here, youth is very important, extremely important, because they are the future. As the youth are the future inhabitants, the future people of the Arctic. A prerequisite for positive developments in the Arctic, and this is also the reason for the chairship's very strong emphasis on youth as among our priorities, and so this holistic approach and the combination of issues, both considering challenges and opportunities, are really what motivates me. Thank you.
That's a wonderful perspective to bring to the table, and I agree with you. I think it is a holistic approach, and certainly focusing on how we bring young people into the conversation is really important. Edward, I'm going to go over to you now. There's a microphone just on the table there in front of you. Picking up on what Ken said about a holistic approach, and I know your own approach to things, what is a change you are most focused on in your work in the moment when it comes to sustainable development?
Check. All right, that's a little better. I think one of the things that that motivates me and motivates Gwich'in in general is the resilient landscape. And so you have to remember that not all economies look like this economy here in Brussels. You know, we have a hunting and fishing economy, and our economy is based on the porcupine caribou herd. It's based on fishing in the Yukon and Porcupine rivers, and so the focus is on making sure that this landscape that we're living in and has provided for our peoples for tens of thousands of years continues to provide for our people. But in the meantime, we've seen like multiple collapses, right? We've seen the fur industry collapse that was part of our economy for a long time. We've seen the Yukon River salmon collapse. We've seen dramatic climate change. And so, you know, in a lot of places in the world, they talk about, well, this is something that's coming in the future. And I've always said that climate change is something that we have endured already. Like, we've already lived through this change. You know, recently we had Halloween. When I was a boy, and we'd go out and we'd trick or treat, you know, this is something that was new to our village, but we'd go and trick or treat around the community. It'd be minus 40 degrees Celsius on October 31st. This year it was raining, you see. And so when we think about the landscape and all of the changes that we're enduring, we talk about what motivates us. Understanding what's at stake motivates motivates me particularly. You know, we think about what's actually at stake with these changes. We say, oh, well, the Arctic is a it's filled with this myth, right? Earlier we heard that, it was filled with this myth. Well, what are the facts of the Arctic, right? Some of the facts are, if we don't know the facts, we do fill the Arctic with myths, right? The fact is the Arctic boreal forest is the largest forest on planet Earth, right? You think about what's contained in the permafrost. There's 2 times the amount of mercury in the world's permafrost up here in the Arctic than there is in all other areas of the globe combined. All of the globe's oceans, all of the atmosphere, every other terrestrial area on Earth, right? And so you think about, what does it mean to be in an area that's very threatened with the release of all this mercury through permafrost thaw that some of our speakers mentioned earlier? How do you have sustainable development? How do you have sustainable food sources when we see the permafrost thawing and we know what's in it? We know what it portends for global food systems, and other people are looking at it as an economic opportunity. When so many of our ideas are filled with myths and misconstruing the reality of what we're facing, we have to have actual grounding in reality to understand that the common cause of what we're facing in the Arctic, as far as sustainable development as the foundation of the world, yes, but the Arctic is this foundation for all of us, no matter where we are, and something that we've often taken for granted. Most people don't realize that modern society is built on a foundation, a frozen foundation. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Edward. So now, Camilla, over to you. Taking into consideration those first 2 perspectives, how is the Sustainable Development Working Group working on the things that feel most pressing and motivating for you as their chair at this moment?
I think maybe just to start off by saying that my role as a chair is to make sure that we can find things that we agree on within the working group. So we have 14 heads of delegations, 6 permanent participants, and 8 states sitting around the table. And my role is to make sure that we find things that we can agree on. With that being said, as Edward is mentioning, I would love to see a change in the way that we do talk about sustainability and economic development. It motivates me a lot to start having the conversations that economies mean different things for different people. Sustainability means different things for different people. We do navigate right now in a landscape where it's very clear and very obvious that sustainability means a lot of different things for a lot of different states and for a lot of different people. So it motivates me a lot to find ways where we can agree and find a way where we can do concrete projects that benefits the people who live in the Arctic.
Thanks for that, Camilla. Hans, moving over to you from the Faroe Islands and the wider North Atlantic, what are some of the things that are really shaping the work that you're doing in the blue economy and regional development?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Hans from Faroe Islands. I'm an economist, so I will talk from economist's point of view. And what I see is that communities take more control over their economic development. With the in the Faroes, we have a lot of fisheries and agriculture, and we like the government to take what we call the resource rent, the extra value that stems from these resources, so that it's not just foreign companies coming to the Faroes and exploiting our resources and taking all the profits. We like the profits to stay within the country. They would get their normal profits, but the extra profit that comes from the resource should be used in the community for like innovation or schools or hospitals and stuff like that. So I see in the future that it becomes more and more that more and more of the resource rent, the extra value, comes to use in the communities. So that's like what I open with.
That's great. That's great. And we look forward to hearing a little bit more from you, especially when we talk about the blue economy, about what that might actually mean in some concrete terms and some case studies that you might bring to the table. So, Claude, you've heard some perspectives. You shared with us some really important perspectives at the beginning. Does this resonate with you, these priorities and motivations? And do you share these motivations when you're thinking about the EU Arctic policy and the role that the European Union might play as a partner in the Arctic?
Absolutely. No, it's really humbling to hear the comments that have been made, especially by those who are the locals, about what they feel. I mean, you really have the shiver when you think about the permafrost thawing and how we underestimate what it could bring. Of course, I agree that holistic is essential. But you know, in this crowd, I'm the civil servant, you know. So I'm the paper drafter coming from outside. And there's a quote I remember from this year, I think. Someone said, I think it was a politician, I think it was a Norwegian politician who said, the Arctic is where the local meets the global. And that really struck me. Because, I mean, I'm more from the perspective of the global or the regional, being the EU, looking at what we can do at this Harvard level. And at the same time, it is essential that we pay attention of what can be done for the people and their ideas. So basically, what I would say is that we, of course, we need to see more attention to the Arctic from well-meaning countries, organization, but we need also this shift in the development model, which is more locally driven. That the ideas come from the local level, whether it is the youth, whether it is the universities, whether it is the indigenous organization, or small entrepreneurs, and that they come up with ideas that are good for their community and for connecting each other's community. So the locally and regionally driven is very important, so that we get it right, as I think Patrick said.
Thanks for that. You guys can share I'll give you another microphone here to share among the panel. Kenneth, I'm going to turn directly to you then, because I think what Claude sort of brought up was really, really interesting. And it's following up on some of the things that she said. So as chair of the senior Arctic officials, where do you see the principle of sustainable development developed by the people of the Arctic, for the people of the Arctic, really working in practice? Camilla mentioned her role is making sure projects are done that everybody agrees on. But from your chair, leading the senior Arctic officials, how do we make sure that we're moving these wishes away from rhetoric and actually into reality?
Yes, it's always difficult to go from theory to reality. I mean, firstly, we have the Goal 5 of the Arctic Council Strategic Plan, stretching from 21 to 2030, and which is also seen in the Romsø statement from May this year, where we have also made the sustainable economic development in the Arctic a central priority of our statement. Of our chairship of the kingdom. I mean, we are trying to ensure that efforts on sustainable economic development are driven by Arctic inhabitants and for the benefits of the people in the Arctic, with particular attention to Arctic indigenous people and their economies. And it important to recognize that indigenous peoples seek to promote and implement development in ways that remains respectful of traditions, knowledge systems, and livelihoods. And this is also, I have to mention, this is also something that we have to remember in terms of green green energy initiatives in the Arctic. In practical terms, what does this mean? It means that indigenous peoples and local inhabitants shouldn't just be spectators to economic development. We have seen that in the past. I know that to some extent from my own home country of Greenland. But the people of the Arctic, should have actual ownership, have hands-on, be an active and detrimental part of the development as business owners and beneficiaries, as part of the workforce, as part of the people who is managing the development. That is extremely important. So, because often economic development has come from abroad and come in and then left again, and nothing was really left for the people of the Arctic. And this is something that there is a lot of focus on and has been so for the last decades. Yeah.
Edward, I'm going to turn to you then for perhaps an example in Gwich'in communities of where Indigenous influence over economic development has actually taken place. Can you share with us an example of where communities truly set the terms for economic activity in your community?
So for context, Gwich'in communities are in northeastern Alaska, the Yukon Territory, which derives its name from a Gwich'in word, and the Northwest Territories in Canada. We occupy an area about the size of California, and almost the same shape as California, except for horizontal across the Arctic instead of vertically, right? A lot of our communities are very remote. Many of them are fly-in only communities, only accessible by airplane or by riverboat in the summers. A lot of travel in between our communities is done by snow machine. And so these are some of the most remote communities in North America. And so most of the economic development in our communities is done on our terms. It's done on individual terms, the individual hunter making decisions about going out and getting caribou, or the individual person's concerns about going out and trapping furs for sale, doing those activities, planning those activities. Maybe somebody wants to bring in lumber to the community or something like that. They make the ice road themselves. And so it's not a Gwich'in petition to the government of Canada or a Gwich'in petition to the government of the United States. In a lot of ways, our communities are existing out there as they have and doing things, developing economies within their own scope, whether that's for renewable energy projects, which you'll hear more about this over the next couple of days, to owning airlines, to having restaurants or utilities, or a whole scope of the whole scope of modern life, right? And so it's a little different than what's conceived outside, where people are thinking that we're waiting for others to do X, Y, or Z. I don't think that that's the case. I think Gwich'in are, by and large, well invested in our communities and are seeking to develop our communities in the way that we see fit. But I do think that there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen to the outside world. And I think that there's a lot of concern about what's happening to your communities out here already. The division, the wars, the divisiveness between peoples. I think that there's a lot of concern in Gwich'in communities about the well-being of other peoples elsewhere. Sometimes people can come into our communities and think, oh, these people are poor. They're poor. Look at these poor people, right? They don't have what we have here in Brussels, but they have a lot of other things that people elsewhere don't have, right? There's not the loneliness epidemic. There's a sense of community. We don't have anybody who's homeless, right? We have everybody is taken care of. The hungry are fed. We share, right? And so there is a lot of concern, I think, about how what's going on out here as far as what's considered development and so forth.
Thank you for that. I think that's a really good segue for us to dive a little bit more deeply into sort of two areas that are mentioned in the chairship priority, and also maybe can just tease out a little bit more from each of you. And that's blue economy, first of all, and then also connectivity. So Hans, I'm going to pull you in here. From your perspective, from the Faroe Islands and your research on blue economy, what does community-centered blue economy really look like? Is it similar to what Edward mentioned in Gwich'in communities, or are there a lot of outside influences that really need to be managed from a Faroese perspective?
I recognize many of the things that you say is a small local community in the Faroes, and we do our things our way. We don't. We have foreign investments, but we try to control them and get their so-called resource rent, the extra. But still, we have our own way of doing things. We have our own laws and regulations, so that we keep our society intact, and we, get the income also, so we can build our societies. And as he says, there's almost no homeless people in the Faroes, and people are taking care of themselves or other people and everything like that. So I can recognize a lot of things that you say, but just to say that we don't dislike foreign investment. It's just that we need to control it, and also get, like in Greenland, get involvement from local people, so that the knowledge is still in the society, even though the maybe investment comes from foreign. It's like we still have our people involved, so for the future also.
That's great. Thank you for that input. Kenneth, I'm wondering from the Greenlandic perspective, and also in a broader Arctic perspective, as chair of the senior Arctic officials, what is the most important shift in how we approach the blue economy so that it does actually serve communities? And here I'm thinking about making sure that we have good jobs for our young people, that local businesses have opportunities to keep value creation in our communities, and that those benefits actually stay long-term in our communities so that we can continue to be resilient and thrive.
Yeah, I mean, a part of the chairship priorities is to secure that the economic developments are driven by Arctic inhabitants and for the benefit of Arctic inhabitants, and again with a special attention on indigenous peoples and their economies. And the Arctic has for a long time been a region for obtaining marine resources. I mean, we can go back to the time of the whalers, all the way back from the 1600s, from Europe, from North America, up to the modern fishing fleets that dominated the Arctic waters. But there has been, especially in the last century, a demand being developed from northern communities, from northern countries, to control the marine resources. And we probably all know the story of the Icelandic cod war, with the UK back in the 1970s. It was very much a part of that effort to control the fishing resources within the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. But but also Greenland efforts in connection to getting a higher level of sovereignty over the fishing resources has been an important element as part of the Greenlandic strive for autonomy. And this all is to do with securing economic benefits for the local communities in terms of fisheries and well, generally marine resources. And this also includes benefits for indigenous and local fishermen. We see that all over the Arctic, that process, but also to secure processing of marine resources takes actually place in the Arctic, and thereby getting a larger share of the value chain within fisheries. So and the marine resources. So that's the important part. I mean, we have to boil it all down to getting a proper part of the value chain.
Yes, absolutely. So Camilla, when you're thinking about blue economy, is it an area where you're getting agreement in the working group? And what are some of the things that you're doing to make sure that development does support livelihood and education and cultural continuity, which are also part of the mandate of the Sustainable Development Working Group?
Yes, so I think when maybe just to a surprise to you all, being in SDWG, I am no subject matter expert on anything. But when we do speak about blue economy, I think what we do in the Sustainable Development Working Group is that we often connect that to the ocean and to our food. Being from Greenland myself, every time we speak about oceans, I do think about seals and whales, and they taste delicious. And I think a lot of we have a project that we call Arctic as a food producing region, where we do involve research teams from Iceland, Norway, Canada, Greenland, and Russia. Objective of the project was to assess the potential for increased production and added value of food from the Arctic, with the overarching aim of improving food security and enhancing the social and economic conditions of Arctic communities. Then later on, this project was continued through the Arctic Food Innovation Cluster Project. We have a lot of long names in the Arctic Council, which aim to pull together relevant people in the Arctic food value chain for a cluster-based approach to food production and regional economic development. And this allowed our understanding of food production to encompass traditional, artisanal, and industry-scale production of natural resources into food. Overall, it aims to respond to global challenges of food production while seeking to define the Arctic roles and contribution to a changing climate and issues of food security locally and around the world. And we did, now we just had our first plenary meeting of this chairship, where we did manage to endorse a lot of new projects, and we have continued now a project that is called Blue Connect, and this aims to contribute to ocean competence development amongst Arctic indigenous peoples and communities by promoting trans-regional knowledge and change and dialogue within Arctic ocean economy. So those 3 projects are specific on what we can agree on right now, and I think it's some of our overall approaches when we do create projects within the SDWG is to try to make sure that we do a holistic approach where we don't separate economy and food and people and health and livelihoods and culture. For us, it's important that all of these things can work together in all the projects that we do.
Thank you for that, and I would just like to say how happy I am to hear that you are adopting new projects in the SDWG. That is great news. I think that similar things are happening across the working groups, and that is a nod to you, Kenneth, as well, for what did someone say earlier, kick-starting or alive and kicking the Arctic Council is. This makes me very happy to hear. Claude, you've heard some perspectives now on blue economy, and how did these align with the current EU's EU perspectives on blue economy, and where do you see the European Union supporting north-to-north economic opportunities in marine and coastal sectors? I guess the underlying question is, where can we come for you for some help and money?
I can give you some names of people to come to see. No, but I mean, the blue economy, from our point of view, is making the environment, of course, make blue greener, if I can use this expression. Looking at the transport route, marine sea route, obviously, the coastal communities, and all the economy that thrives around what comes from the sea. Where we can try to look at what are the right instruments from the EU to support this blue economy, well, the first thing that comes to mind is science, research and innovation. And research and innovation is really a pillar of the EU policies at large, of the EU budget. It's a pillar that so far is confirmed and even increased in the next macro-financial perspective for the European Union. And that means that any development is based on a scientific knowledge, and that is very important. Then when you support this science, there's a way of supporting it that foster cooperation of communities. I mean precisely researchers, university researchers, labs, companies, and local authorities. And there you can build a grouping, a collective thinking, a community thinking, and a community action. And then you can extend also from town to town, city to city. But for that, you need digital connection, or you need transport network. And that's where the EU can again weigh in to facilitate this transport, whether it is land transport or whether it is port, which is of course essential. And when we say marine transportation, greener maritime shipping is very important at the same time. So basically, I would say that put together, it is the people-people connection, it is the science, and it is the regional cooperation.
I support that approach 100%, and this really is about making sure that local communities and indigenous peoples who have called the Arctic home forever are able to participate in the conversations and ensure that the value creation stays in their communities. But you mentioned digital connectivity, which is our last sort of third act of this session. And I want to pick up on something that's been mentioned also by the permanent secretary, and that is the subsea cable that has been announced by the EU connecting Qeqertalik and Aasiaat in Greenland, which is, or it's the other way. Is it the other way from Aasiaat to the north? Okay. So Kenneth, then from your vantage point, how do you see the new subsea cable really improving digital connectivity and changing economic possibilities for Greenland and other parts of the Arctic? Is this something that will move further? And what kinds of things can we realistically expect to come out of this investment?
I mean, subsea cables for telecommunication are essential today for our communities. We can't do without them in the Arctic. And this has a lot of impact on economic development in general, whether we are talking about mining or fishing or tourism developments in the Arctic in general, in Greenland. And in Greenland, we have a potential for hydropower developments, quite big potential for hydropower development. And thereby, we will talk about data centers and in need of high levels of energy consumption. And we're also having a cold climate. And again, with large possibilities for electricity development of supplies. But when we are talking about that, then redundancy is extremely important, and thereby the development of subsea cables will be a crucial issue in the years to come, in the decades to come, when we are talking about having the opportunities of digging into the economic possibilities of telecommunication, data centers, hydropower, green energy potentials, etc.
That sounds extremely exciting for Greenland and the North Atlantic generally. I'm wondering, Edward, what does digital connectivity look like in Alaska and the Yukon Territory for Indigenous peoples and the local economies, and also for young people, which I think are very invested in connectivity and staying socially and academically connected to folks within communities, but also outside of the region?
So I think one of the things that when we think about connectivity, it's we often, we think about redundancy, we think about the technical aspects. And a lot of our dialogue is about the digital aspect of it, but it's what's in the analog that's meaningful to humans, right? And so how is it actually meaningful to people, right? And so it's not just receiving information from the internet to very remote villages, right? But also telling those stories out from those communities to the world. And so I think of like participation in media. So there's actors and storytellers who are involved in Apple TV right now, right? And so the #1 show on Apple TV this last couple of weeks has had a character who is Gwich'in, and then Gwich'in actors, and then technical experts who were in that show. A lot of that was facilitated by internet connectivity. We have storytellers who are working on films, like I think of stories like Two Old Women, which is a very well-known story in North America. I don't know how well-known it is in Europe, but millions of copies have been sold in North America by a Gwich'in author. And now they're making a film about this, right? And so how that film gets transmitted to the rest of the world is going to be through this medium, right? And so it's really interesting to me that, when we were growing up, 40, 50 years ago and so forth, we were really in very remote communities with, maybe one telephone in the community, that kind of thing. And then, and very isolated, to now having these stories that were passed down to us orally being not only written down and transmitted through kind of this analog media like books, but digitally and through film and through all of these other ways that we have now. And so I think this connectivity, whether it's in social media, connecting to folks around the world and telling their stories, it's really interesting to me to see, like the chief of Vinitai, for example, has his own YouTube channel, and you can you can follow his YouTube channel and see him going out on the land and hunting caribou and navigating remote rivers in Alaska and communicating with people about his lifestyle, right, and about all the things that he's interested in. And so some of these things that were really constrained within the distance, the remoteness of our communities is now accessible to other people, and it's kind of interesting to see how people respond to that, because some of these narratives, some of these things are tens of thousands of years old. They're older than the Iliad, they're older than the Odyssey, some of the things that are being relayed through these mechanisms, right? And we're all human beings, and so people find new but also persistent and ancient themes in them that I think it's interesting that how it connects people.
I think this is such a good point. And recently, Arctic Mayors Forum partnered with the Fulbright Scholars and the Harvard Arctic Initiative to run a futures workshop, a youth futures workshop on mental health and well-being. And we challenged them to write a letter to their future self around 6 themes, or they came up with the themes themselves, and one of them was connectivity. One of them was, how can we make sure that we are connected and that we are telling our stories outward so that they can find safety and security in the places that they are now. So I really appreciate that perspective, Edward, and it connects back to our young people. So Camilla, how is the work in the SDWG on social and mental well-being issues in the Arctic connected to digital connectivity? And is connectivity and more social media, more internet helping young people in the Arctic, or do we have some things that we need to be careful about as we move forward?
I think it's both. There is a lot of we do work with a lot of young people who struggle with mental health and well-being, and a lot of those things that we do see and hear from the youth are that social media are a big part of that. There's a big expectations for people to be on all the time. You need to be accessible, you need to be available, you need to look a certain way, you need to be fast in replying, and so we do see a lot of negative sides of the use of social media among the youth, and the way that we use it, and the way that we speak to each other, and the way that we communicate on these various platforms is often not nice. But I mean, in the SDWG, we do have a lot of success of using digital storytelling as a way of speaking on mental health and well-being. For a few years now, the SDWG had a continuous streak of projects that focus on suicide prevention and mental health through digital storytelling. As Indigenous peoples and as Inuit, we have a big tradition of using storytelling as a primary way of communicating. So we have used the way that we tell our stories and put them into digital form on platforms for the youth to send out messages, again, from within the Arctic and out, and giving them a platform to tell their own stories. And we have seen that this has created a lot of empowerment within the youth as well. So there are two sides to the social media thing, and we do also have a lot of success with a project on digitalization of Indigenous peoples' languages, where it's a co-lead project between Russia and Norway, where we have these amazing people working on platforms where we can interpret it, and we can write, and we can use our own languages to communicate, and we can put it into our computers, and they can tell us if we spell our words right or wrong. And so it's a really useful tool for us to be able to communicate within our own languages as well. So we do see a lot of positive sides on using. Yeah.
That's great. Kenneth, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, we're talking about subsea cables quite a bit, and subsea cables are mainly for the bigger communities, are mainly for the communities in the Arctic where we are counting people in the thousands. But we do have much smaller communities and much more remote communities. We have communities with a few hundred or less than 100 people, very remote, and there I think it's important to remember satellites as a way to deliver telecommunication. I just wanted to mention that, not having only the focus on subsea cables.
So Hans, what is the situation then in the Faroe Islands when it comes to connectivity, subsea cables, satellite, and your societies?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that, but there's 2 subsea cables, one to Iceland and one to Shetland, so we're quite vulnerable in that sense. That's only those 2 cables that are our connectivity. But I'd say in general the connectivity in the Faroes is good, and just like to say it, there's both negative and positive sides of that, of course, but you expect to have good digital connectivity when you're growing up in a modern society. So we have a problem in the Faroes that the same that in other countries, that the young people go abroad and don't come back. They go abroad to study in their 20s, for example, and they don't come back. It's like 40% of our one generation goes each year, and only 20% come back. So we lose 20% of each generation. But if we have this digital infrastructure in place, maybe a fewer could go abroad and stay in the Faroes and come back. So we're part of the overall modern society.
Is connectivity and is this part of the regional development plan for the Faroes, or how, from an economist point of view, does this look like in the Faroes? Are you engaged in the conversations with the EU and Greenland about expanding capacity, or is it really about cooperation across the North Atlantic?
I'm not really sure. There was an issue a short time ago that there was a cable to Greenland and not to Faroes. I don't remember, but I think we have our own cables, but we of course would have like to have more cables to the Faroes because we are such remote place. Yes.
Definitely, thank you. So, Claude, picking up, you brought this up, so we'll close it down with you. How do you see EU-supported digital innovations like the ones that have already been mentioned sort of really continuing to contribute to this north-to-north economic development? So you mentioned that it's about networks and connecting communities and cities together, about research and universities and young people. So as we're thinking about public consultations on an upcoming EU Arctic policy, where do you think there should be some input, and what does the future look like from your perspective on this?
Yeah, thank you. So I open and I will close on this topic. I mean, just want to say that the digital transition is not an issue just for the Arctic. That's why it's really a pillar of the EU policies. But when it comes to the Arctic, it's a matter of survival. So that's where it's not just a question of upgrading, it's really the enabler. And Kenneth, you mentioned the cables. I believe there are also 2 cables going out of Greenland, just like in the Faroe Island, and now building across the west coast. This new stretch of a cable with the support of the EU is very important, but ultimately the idea is that you would link up to other countries, and this is very important for you, and this is very important to an investor as well. And that makes actually the fact that your connectivity of islands is so fragile means that you have this vulnerability, and it's important, as you mentioned, that the satellite can come on top. And ideally, a satellite that is fully trusted, I would say. Reliable, friendly, trusted. So this is where the EU is looking at how to help the regions of the Arctic. There are programs that are being launched for member states and beyond. So I guess this will be the next avenue. And there is a digital component in various policy, whether it is Digital Europe or Horizon. So it's really a priority, and I do believe it will make a huge difference if we manage to multiply the sources of connection.
Thanks for that. All right, we are at 10 minutes to the hour, which means I am going to take some questions from the audience. Please raise your hand and someone will run a mic over to you. I would ask that you say your name and please keep your question to a question and address it to someone on the panel, or I will choose for you. Go ahead, you can pick someone.
Thank you. My name is Arthur Amlot. I would have a question for the panel at large. Could you share a word, or a sentence at least, regarding the Arctic Council's observers' involvement within it, so perhaps added value within the Arctic Council and within the Arctic Council Working Group? So I'm referring to SDWG, CAF, and EPPR. Have you noticed any change in the evolution since the chairship, since the beginning of the chairship of the Kingdom of Denmark, regarding European and Asian observer states' involvement within these two dimensions of the Arctic Council? Thank you very much.
I think that's a Kenneth question.
Yes, we do have a lot of engagement with the observer states. We are prioritizing it very highly. Now you're mentioning the Asian observer states. We participated from the chairship side in the event organized by the Arctic Circle, the Icelandic Arctic Circle in New Delhi. We've just been also in an event in Japan. We are about to go to another event in Korea. But generally, I would say that especially our good Polish friends are helping us quite a bit in organizing this, what we call the Warsaw format. And we met with the 13 observer states in the beginning of September, or when was it, 8th, 9th of September this year. And we have also had online meetings as well with the observers, including the observer organizations. So yes, we do have a lot of interaction with the observers indeed. Maybe you could tell a little bit, Camilla, about the interactions with the observers within the working groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to keep it short, if I understood your question correctly, we haven't seen a huge change in the way that we do interact with observers within the working group. Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and very interesting panel. My name is Thomas. Look, I'm 3 months and 1 day Estonian Arctic Special Envoy. So hoping to hang around for a longer time, and therefore seeing you in the neighborhood and in the different forums. So simply my question is different, but I want to say also that Estonia is one of applicant countries to become observer state to Arctic Council. But I think geopolitical terms are not allowing us to become observer state, but it doesn't mean that we are not planning to participate. But to cut my speech short, I would like to come back to people. I understand that it's a responsibility of every government in Estonia and Greenland, Faroe Island, anywhere, to take care of the people. And remote communities need, in my understanding, capabilities to respond to different needs. We speak about digitalization, but digitalization is not only providing TV shows, it's probably much more. And my question is, what these new digital avenues, in which way they can help to build autonomous capabilities for remote communities? And perhaps you can state some of the most important that your communities face today. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind is sharing of information about permafrost thaw, for example. So you might have core sampling in one area, getting geospatial information, layers, getting all of that information down to the community so that they can understand how to plan. Right? It might seem like something kind of obscure for an environment like this where you're not dealing with permafrost, or how it's thawing. But if you think about all of the infrastructure in this community being vulnerable to one thing, and then being able to share that information about how that infrastructure is vulnerable and how and what can be done about it, it becomes pretty important, right? And so those databases, that information is not centered in remote communities, right? That's centered in urban databases. It's centered in places where you have to have the kind of connectivity and access to actually make it meaningful. And so I think in a lot of communities, maybe not necessarily like within communities, but communities that are particularly vulnerable in coastal areas, I think that that information is becoming quite critical.
Kenneth.
Yeah, I would like to mention some public services that can be provided. That's mainly, I would say, telemedicine. It's being used in Greenland. It is schooling online. I can also mention among the the sheep farmers in South Greenland, that's the reason where they come from. I mean, the veterinarians are working online with the farmers because the farmers are so remotely situated. So there's quite a lot of, there's a big avenue of possibilities in that respect.
And I would just like to add that through the Arctic Urban and Regional Cooperation, which is an EU-funded project, there is a network of communities. All of the folks there are members of the Arctic Mayors Forum, but there is a lot of sharing of information among cities and communities at that level. And our mayors and our technical experts in those communities have found it wildly valuable because they're sharing information that is relevant, even if it's a long way away. So from that project, there are many examples of how information is being shared and taken up very quickly because of this sort of deepened network. So lots more to say about this topic, I think. There is another question way at the back row, actually. And then we will take, I think that may be our last one. So we can maybe fit in two. I'll take them both at the same time. I'm fighting with myself. We'll take back row and second row. Yeah.
Thank you for the chance. I'm Sylvia Islam, coming from Nord University. I'm a master's student. And my question is, like, if I may ask you that the climate change, it actually doesn't bring all the negative, as I believe every coin has two sides. So it probably contributes to a very good demographic shift in the world map and in the Europe sorry? Okay, sorry. Shall I start again, or you have heard? Okay, so it's like the demographic map will be changed quite a bit, probably solving the decrease in population in the Arctic areas. But then comes the bad side, like the spatial pressure on the accommodation, because probably some of the coastal areas in Arctic will be submerged because of the melting down of the iceberg. And do you have any policy regarding that or forecasting that scenario?
Thank you for your question. It's been noted. And then way at the right at the back row. Yeah, we're going to take that question. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Najam Raja. I'm from northern Norway, Finnmark. I work there as a financial advisor in Hasvik Kommune, and I'm also a student of Jenny program, which is governance and entrepreneurship in the north. My question is from all the panel that, as we have discussed, that the major challenge is retaining the population over there, and we are also facing the same problem in Norway, and we have been to Labrador, and there we have seen that it's the same problem. So when it comes to sustainable economic development in the area, the main thing is to retaining or developing the talent or bringing the new talent from abroad. So what is the policy of EU or the Arctic Council or Arctic people about developing the talent, or how about the delivery of services to the people over there?
Okay, two final questions that I think we can combine in a way if each of you could just briefly address how we deal with demographic shifts, people coming to the Arctic because of climate migration, and also how do we make sure that we keep and retain our talent in the Arctic? Who would like to go first? Hans, why don't you go first, and then you can just pass it right down.
Yes, I don't know how many people come to the Faroes because of climate, but maybe
questionable. Maybe a few. We have to do a survey.
But about retaining, retaining people, we try to build university and have a good university education in the Faroes, so that more people. It's like we call it a network effect, that people go where other people are. So if there are more youth in the Faroes or in the Arctic communities, there will be even more. So you go where the others go. So the policies like that, I think, are good. But I don't know. Do you have any other?
Well, it's kind of funny because our people only recently moved into these settlements, right? And so, like in my father's time, like we had a lot of communities around our home community of Fort Yukon. And so it isn't like the emphasis, people in our community don't talk about, oh, well, we need people to be in the village or something. It's more about, oh, we need to get these kids out on the land. Right, we need to get them out of this community to the out on the land and stuff like that, and that gets talked about a lot in Gwich'in communities, right? And so let's get them up on the mountain, let's get them out caribou hunting, let's get them away from the village, get them away from the city, get them away from all this stuff, And so it's kind of like I think it's important to understand that the closer you are to the land, kind of the healthier you're going to be, right? The better off you're going to be as a human being, right? The more you're going to understand your relationships with the world. And it's, this idea that you only are thinking about things through an economic lens, that the economic lens only contains your material wealth, I think is a very small lens, right? And it's a very small way of looking at the world. And I don't think it reflects the way that any of us look at the world. Nobody in this room looks at the world that way. If you ask anybody here what's the most valuable thing in their lives, nobody here is going to say my investments. Nobody's going to say how much money I have, right? But we get distorted in these conversations, and I think that it's important not to be distorted. As not to be distorted by expectations of what you think other people's expectations are. Yeah.
Camilla?
What Edward said.
That's a valid answer.
No, I cannot say the same. Okay, so the issue is, on the one hand, I don't know if it's because of climate change and the warming, there is growing tourism and maybe attempt at constructing in the Arctic, and the communities are not necessarily ready to immediately welcome an inflow, a brutal inflow of people. So this is about, again, the magic word of sustainable that everybody understands differently, sustainable tourism. And in this respect, yes, the EU has a network for sustainable tourism. I know that the Faroe Islands, for example, participate in an ad hoc basis to this network to discuss how to manage sustainably tourism. And for the Faroe Islands, it can become very quickly difficult to manage, not to mention Ilulissat or wherever, when you have a cruise ship suddenly arriving, the impact on the city. And on the other hand, you're talking about people leaving and not coming back, or people coming to work in a seasonal fashion, but not staying. So it's all about attracting and retaining people. And for this, of course, you need the economic possibilities in the region, but you need also the social web and the cultural possibilities. So it's a mix of the three. The EU doesn't have the magic wand for that. I wish the EU had, because this is not an issue you have only in the Arctic, by the way. Every member state has this problem, one way or another. Well, maybe not Luxembourg, but most member states have this issue. I mean, not everything can be done and should be done at the level of the EU. Nevertheless, the EU is an enabler through support to project and regional cohesion in the Arctic is very important. Through, well, you mentioned the Arctic Urban Rural Cooperation, which is very important. It's about creating a network between cities, and I'm sure that cities across the Arctic, across borders, and I'm sure this issue of how to manage tourism in a sustainable way, or how to attract and retain talents, or just your kids, who are certainly talents, is something that is discussed among the different towns. So this is how we can help by spurring development and digital connection, since Kenneth and you all mentioned that medicine or social services now rely very much on digital means.
Thanks. Kenneth?
The naturally, we would like to keep our young people being an active part of our communities, but of course we also have to accept that some are looking for other shores to live their life, and we do see a demographic change, a quite big demographic change in much of the Arctic these years. Also in Greenland, we see this demographic change because of necessity. I mean, we need manpower, and when I was a kid in Greenland, we only had the big majority of Greenlanders, and then we had some Danes that lived there all their life or a few years, and then also the Faroese were there. Otherwise, it was basically nobody else. Yeah. But today we have a multiple number of nationalities living in Greenland, and we are talking about non-kingdom citizens in the Southlands today. So there is a dramatic development, also due to the development of tourism. But all these factors, I guess we have to find a sustainable path to work into, because we can't stop it. I mean, it is a necessity. We can't, say that we can only rely on our own. No, we can't. Not today. And I also see an acceptance from the political side on that issue.
I think that's a really great place to end. I will just mention two other things. I think there is also some really great work being done on these last two questions by the Arctic Economic Council. My colleague and friend Mads Fredriksson is here today, and also Business Index North at Nord University is doing some really incredible work on demographics and youth entrepreneurship, so shout out to them as well. There's Andreas Respotnik is sitting right in front of you, so grab him and have a conversation. I want to thank you all for your attention today. We've heard some really strong themes emerge already in our conference. Certainly one is that economic decisions need to be taken closer to communities, and that the real importance of north-to-north cooperation and Indigenous leadership, and the responsibility towards external actors when entering into Arctic spaces. And we need to continue to listen, to share, and support the development that strengthens the Arctic societies, rather than just using the Arctic for resources. Please join me in thanking my esteemed panelists. Thank you all for your contributions and participation today.
Thank you, Matti, and thank you, panelists. Everybody understood that it's time for a coffee break. We'll Shall we start? Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the coffee. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Now is the time for the announcement of the winner of the 4th Laurent Strachan Arctic Futures Award. For those who do not know yet this award, it's an award supporting entrepreneurship in the Arctic through prize money, but also through our network that we put at their disposal, our network and the network of our partners for their support and growth. Before we announce the winner, we would also like to recognize 2 other startups that applied for the prize this year with honorable mentions. And first of all, the first startup, and we will see a video, it's a startup called Willit from Oulu. I'll first finish my explanation. From Finland, and Willit created a digital exchange platform and an application to allow those who hunt fish, etc. in the northern Finland to easily sell their country food to restaurants, individuals, and markets locally. So we have, normally if everything goes well, a message in Finnish with subtitles from their founder Risto Hollapa.
Willit on digitaalinen markkinapaikka, joka tekee luonnonantimien myynnistä ja ostamista helppoa ja kannattavaa. Täällä pohjoisessa luonto ei ole vain ympäristö. Se on kulttuuri, elintapa ja identiteetti. Willitin missio on ruoka- ja kerukulttuurin säilyttäminen seuraaville sukupolville. Olen Risto Hollapa. Taustaltani olen ohjelmistoalalta ja olen tehnyt lukuisia käyttäjäystävällisiä sovelluksia. Ja olen kasvanut täällä arktisella alueella ja keskellä luontoa. Paikallisten kalastajien, metsästäjäyhteisöjen ja marjastajien toimintatavat, haasteet ja mahdollisuudet ovat tulleet tutuksi. Luonnontuotteiden markkinat ovat hajallaan. Ostajat ja myyjät eivät tavoita heitä tehokkaasti. Ja digitaalinen siirtyminen koetaan edelleen vaikeaksi ja kalliiksi. Willit on alusta, joka auttaa myyjää ja ostamia löytämään toisensa. Autamme myyjää listaamaan tuotteensa helposti ja nopeasti, vaikka siellä kannon nokasta käsin. Asiakas voi ostaa suosikkituotteensa tuoreena ja mahdollisimman läheltä. Paikalliset toimijat ovat jo aloittaneet myyntiään Willitissä. Laajat verkostomme auttavat viemään palvelut sinne, missä sitä tarvitaan. Kerääjien ja tuottajien puhelimiin. Visiossamme Willit on Pohjoismaiden johtava, luotetuin luonnontuotteiden markkinapaikka. Me uskomme, että pohjoisen keruperinne on säilyttämisen arvoinen ja tulevaisuuden kestävä luonnonvarojen käyttö on mahdollista. Tämä on Willit.
So congratulations to Willit to be the 2nd runner-up, and you will find the information on the website of Arctic Futures should you wish to get in touch with them. The other runner-up is Air Vitalize from Fairbanks, Alaska, which invented a low-power filterless industrial electrostatic precipitation device. I said it once, that's good, to create outdoor clean air pockets in to combat the high air pollution in Fairbanks. And we have also a recorded message from the CEO of Air Vitalize, Ms. Serena Allen. Let's go for the video.
Hi everyone, my name is Serena Allen and I'm the CEO and founder of Air Vitalize. This year, Laurent Strachan's Arctic Futures first runner-up. And I'm really excited to tell you what we're working on out of Fairbanks, Alaska right now. Fairbanks is the 2nd most polluted region in the United States. And that's because we have an atmospheric condition called temperature inversions that traps pollution low to the ground. But Fairbanks isn't the only place facing this disaster. In fact, about 1 billion people worldwide live in a place where pollution gets trapped close to the ground. At Air Vitalize, we're on a mission to provide healthy outdoor air for the 1 billion people who live in these regions. And we do that through our patent-pending technology, the Vita. The Vita is a compact device that clumps up outdoor air pollution to provide targeted, healthy spaces outside in these regions where pollution gets trapped. It does that through our patent-pending technology, which releases an electrostatic charge onto these particles 100 times smaller than a human hair. We've already begun capturing this pollution and are deploying at more locations this winter and have been featured on CBS as well. In Alaska, we are looking to leverage these government policies called state implementation plans that will allow us to deploy across Fairbanks to create healthier air here. We've been really involved in the Alaska startup system and are really grateful for everyone who's supported us so far. We're also moving beyond the Arctic itself, working in Los Angeles at mega events where we use corporate sponsors to deploy in large areas with funding from the International Olympic Committee and working to get into these large events soon. We'd love for you to get involved. We do need help with Arctic engineering. If anyone would like to reach out about that, we'd be happy to see that. And also, if you have a business that's interested in sponsoring clean air at Alaska and beyond as a corporate partner, please do reach out. Thank you.
So congratulations to Air Vitalize for being the first runner-up this year for the Laurens Trans Arctic Futures Award. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of this year, unlike last year, unfortunately, the Tran family cannot be with us today. But I'd like to call on stage Pete Steele, that has been on stage before, to represent the family. And I also would like to ask Patty Burns and Mats Fredriksson to join me on stage. Mats, that you know, everybody knows Mats, I think, as the director of the Arctic Economic Council, to talk a bit about the prize and also to hand over Pete later on the prize. Mats and Patty, maybe you can explain a bit about what the criteria were to select the runners-up and the winner. Just give a bit of context for the prize.
So this is one of the best things about this job is we always talk about reports and study and strategies, but Patty and we actually get to hear from those entrepreneurs who are working across the Arctic region, who are going often from universities and looking for early startup funding. So we are a selection committee consisting of people from across the Arctic and from different sectors. So we got municipalities, private sector, research institutions, and we score each company based on are they sustainable, are they relevant for the Arctic, and how much do we believe that they can grow into like a big company. So very briefly, in the last years, the Laurens Trans Award have given money to Containing Green, putting indoor greenhouses on the back of data centers in northern Sweden. We have given money to CU, which is a socioeconomic startup or small company in Greenland helping young people getting into the workforce. And we have also given money to GOPME, which is Sami indigenous clothes designers from northern Norway. So we have covered a lot of different entrepreneurs over the years. And I think this year is an exceptionally interesting one and definitely one to follow.
Patty, you want to add something to that?
Mads covered it all. I would just like also to mention that one of the great things is that we also get to read a lot of the non-winning applications, and in fact, they become a really important part of our Arctic network. So for one of our runners-up a couple years ago, Raw Arctic, for example, we've done a lot of work with them right now in Greenland, talking about sustainable tourism and pulling them into some other things that we're doing. And he used to be the director at CUCU. He's now the international at the international school in Greenland, Pilu Samuelson. He's also been very engaged in some of our education and youth projects. So just to say that this award is not just about the award itself, it's also about building our Arctic family and making sure that we're leveraging the interest that we have for the award into other things. So thank you.
Thank you. Pete, would you like to say a few words in the name of the Tran family, and maybe something about the prize?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the Laurens Tran prize goes back a couple of years ago. Mr. Tran is a French Vietnamese, an official from the Commission, one of the first generation officials, and still alive, 97 years old, which is, I think, I just heard him on the phone. He was very proud that there will be a new prize this year, but unfortunately, he is not as able as he used to be, so he asked me to officiate on his behalf.
So interesting is that Mr. Tran, when he donated the money, he said it should be for young people, it should be for people involved in, doing good for the environment, and it should be also entrepreneurs. I think this is the 3 criteria he put when he donated the money to the International Polo Foundation. So,
and you can announce, Pete, the winner.
The winner of the Laurent Stram Arctic Futures Award 2025 is Marine Spark X from Norway.
Please come on stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good. So I give you already the
This is one, and we'll ask you to say a few words, maybe.
Yeah, and then I'll give you this one as well. So look at this.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words, maybe?
Yes. Can you hold this for me,
Yes,
Johan, please?
no problem.
And can I take over your desk?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I prefer to hide a little. You can't see my legs shaking. Yeah. So I feel it's important that I say a few words. So on behalf of the team, we are honored to be chosen as the winner of the 4th Laurent Tran Arctic Futures Award. And receiving this recognition for our efforts, it truly motivates our team to keep pushing forward and developing. And we are certain that that our cause is right, and that our path is continually evolving. But for our teams and ourselves, individual motivation, this prize really encourages us to keep going. And we started the company to create change and to be one of the key contributors in restoring the kelp forest. And it's amazing that our business case allows us to turn profit on while saving the environment. And for those of you who don't know us in Marine Spark X and our work, I thought I should give a short briefing of what we do, overview. So we are a team of 6 eager, engaged young entrepreneurs from Tromsø, Arctic. And I would say that we also represent the whole of Norway, because all of our founders, they are spread out, and then we came together in the Arctic to create this change. And we are fortunate. We collect sea urchins, byproducts, as well as raw materials from our producing partners. And we do biotechnology processes with this, turn it into a fish feed ingredient for the aquaculture industries, a functional fish feed ingredient. And we also have other products that we are developing, which we have yet to publicly announce, which stay tuned, it's very exciting. And why are we doing this? Because the sea urchins have been overgazing the kelp forest, and by removing them, we are contributing to bringing back the kelp forests and saving the environment. So that's exciting. Conclusively, we would like to give a special thanks to UIT and Dag Rune representing today for enabling us to create the innovation through our academic work, and to our many local, national and international partners. We would not have been here today receiving this prize without all of you. And finally, we want to thank the Laurent Tran family for their trust and their recognition. Thank you.
once again. This leads us actually perfectly into the second and the final panel discussion of today, focusing on Arctic investments towards 2040. And I think it's also a follow-up of the working group that was organized yesterday. To lead the discussion, I asked Mr. Andreas Rasputnik on stage. Mr. Rasputnik is the director of the High North Center at North University in Norway and a senior researcher at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute. Mr. Rasputnik, the floor is yours.
I guess. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Second and last panel of today. First of all, I have to congratulate the organizers for starting the conference in the afternoon at not as many other conferences do at 8:30 in the morning. So that's a nice change for once, you know. We have about an hour, a bit longer maybe, to talk about the topic that has just been introduced, Arctic investment scenarios towards 2040. Why investment scenarios? It was also mentioned yesterday. The High North Center for Business and Governance at New University organized a workshop with about 20 students at the Vrije Universiteit here in Brussels to actually talk about future scenarios when it comes to Arctic investments. We all know, we have heard it from the previous panel, how complex the Arctic is, how different the Arctic is, how vast the Arctic is. So the idea of scenarios is to test students to think creatively about the future of the Arctic and maybe also think critically about what and how they perceive the future of the various Arctics of the Arctics. Before we actually go into the panel discussions, we want to present you the findings of yesterday and today's morning workshop. And in order to do so, I would like to welcome my colleague Andrei Mineev on stage, who is here, who will give you a short overview of what has happened over the last 1.5 days and present you with some of the findings from our group of students that we selected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the scenarios. Okay, yes. Dear all, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the scenarios. This workshop was an exercise, so please consider this as just some preliminary results, but also it will tell you how dedicated young experts think about the Arctic. So this is the geographic area we focused on, from Greenland to Yamal and from the North Pole to Iceland. We had a group of 20 young experts representing different fields of expertise. You can see mainly represented by policy and governance and international relations experts, but also we got quite a good cross-disciplinary group here. These people are coming from very different countries. Most of them are based in different places in Europe. In this scenario work, we applied so-called normative approach to scenario building. So we tried to imagine the best possible scenario, let's call it sustainable Arctic, and describe it, and then we considered how we can reach this kind of future, the desirable future. But there are some critical questions to be solved on this way and potential pitfalls. So we identified in this model 3 critical questions. Question number 1 about geopolitical issues. Are they resolved or not? Question number 2 is about climate action. Do we have coordinated climate action or like anarchic climate response? And question number 3 on the top is about bridging the knowledge gap. Here we considered growing gap between human intelligence and machine intelligence, for instance. Also gap of knowledge about Arctic and climate. Lack of knowledge about ecological overshoot, so things like that where we need a lot of knowledge. We know that there is something called Arctic knowledge because local actors in the Arctic are in a good position to solve some of these issues. Will it be applied or not? And at the same time, we need more knowledge to develop the Arctic, as we have small companies and lack of innovation many places. So there are a lot of knowledge gaps, but well, it's quite complex question, number 3 on the top. But mainly it's associated with the gap between human intelligence and machine intelligence. So if we don't manage to resolve the geopolitical issues, we end up in the scenario end of Arctic exceptionalism. If we manage to resolve geopolitical issues but don't coordinate the climate, then we have something like Arctic Resource Olympics. If we succeed in geopolitics and climate response but don't bridge this knowledge gap, then we have techno-green feudalism. And on the top, if we go all the way and resolve all these questions and dilemmas, then we come to an Arctic utopia. So now I invite you to read very brief descriptions of these 4 futures. So this is the end of Arctic exceptionalism. You can see. Okay, and the next one, Arctic Resource Olympics. All right, number 3, techno-green feudalism. Okay. And this is an Arctic utopia. And now, keeping in mind all these 4 scenarios, let me show some strategic implications for Arctic investments. So on this slide, we present 2 cross-cutting questions. Where are the largest investments and who is investing? You can see that in case of end of exceptionalism, we may expect some new areas like new Arctic weaponry industry, logistics and connectivity, health sector, bunkers and safe places, and energy sector. And the main investors would be governments, military industries, oligarchs, and people with access to specific data. When it comes to the Arctic Resource Olympics scenario, then it's a mix of different sectors, also traditional ones and new ones like mining, oil and gas, as well as green technologies, shipping, AI, and data centers. State-owned companies and natural resource multinational corporations are expected to be the main investors. In this scenario, techno-green feudalism, the investments are to be made in clean energy, critical minerals, IT and AI-driven logistics, and food processing. But this will be a world of big corporations, big tech corporations, and governments who would invest. In the best case scenario, an Arctic utopia, we expect main sectors to attract investments as education and skilling. It's a lot of knowledge development, education, research, people empowerment. Scenario, clean energy, Arctic governance platform, and a layer of circular economy SMEs. The investors would be a blend of private and state-backed investors and international funds. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not official scenarios yet. This is the result how young experts and future leaders from Europe think about future investments in the Arctic. So please consider this presentation as a result of exercise. But this is how we see it. So thank you very much.
Maybe you want to leave on the last slide? Yeah, maybe we can leave it if that's possible. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And again, the idea was for young people to think about the future of the Arctic who may have not really dealt with the Arctic on a day-to-day basis or not think about the Arctic on a day-to-day basis. And in order now to put those scenarios a bit in context, I want to invite my panelists to the stage where we hope to dive a bit deeper, not per se on the scenarios as such, but on how maybe my participants see the future of the Arctic when it comes to investments, by whom and for what. In order to do so, I want to first introduce a person you have already seen on stage, Mats Quist Frederiksen, the Director of the Arctic Economic Council. Welcome again, Mats. Second, Kalle Kankepe, the new Ambassador for Arctic Affairs and Senior Arctic Official of Finland. Welcome, and thank you very much, Kalle, for joining us here. From Sweden, we have the Mayor of Luleå, Carina Sameli. Carina, thanks again for joining. From Canada, we have from Yukon University, the Manager of Community Partnerships with Northern Energy Innovation, Erika Tisiatram. Erika, welcome to the stage. From the European Commission and the DG for Research, we have Larissa Lorinzi, Policy Officer. Larissa, welcome as well. And last but not least, you have also just seen him on stage. From Marine Spark X, we have the Chief Strategy Officer, Gustav Westli. Gustav, run. All right. Gustav is on his way. Mats, I want to start with you. We have heard from the previous, in the previous panel that sustainable development is not possible without investments. We have heard Edward's point on a different perspective of what investments is and what the future of not only the Arctic, but maybe the entire world is and could be. We have heard from Kenneth the need for manpower in the Arctic. When I think about investments on the Arctic, in the Arctic, I often think about investments by whom, investments for what. We sit here in Brussels, the capital of not only Belgium, but of the European Union, and we know that Europe is struggling on so many ways. We have a war in the eastern border, we have inflation crises, we have demographic issues, we have a climate problem, we have a unique peace project that is the European Union, that is of course a very slow animal sometimes when it comes to policy development. If you take that together, if you looked at the scenarios, why should Europe care about the Arctic? And from your own perspective, own expertise, what are successful investment stories in this complex region that we call the Arctic, where you think we as continental European could learn something from it, and that Europe could bring their success story to their part of the Arctic, to the broader Arctic?
No, thank you. And I think I'm slightly more optimistic than the 20 young people looking into the future. Yes, the future is not what it used to be. It's definitely different. What we used to think about for the past, since the end of the Cold War, for the Arctic and investments is very different than today. So yes, some of this is true, but I'm a lot more positive about this, also because of Marine Spark X, that's still happening despite everything that goes on. We did a study in the Arctic Economic Council around 4 years ago where we mapped all the banks and insurance companies that are saying no to invest in the Arctic. It was 47. So there are 47 banks and insurance companies that 4 years ago said we're not going to invest in the Arctic, which later was defined as white lining by Mead Treadwell from Alaska. So the reason why they don't want to invest in the Arctic is simply because the Arctic became kind of the poster boy for protectionism and climate change, etc. So they put Amazon on the Arctic. This is a massive challenge because we heard from all the previous speakers that we want a good life in the Arctic. I mean, I live well above the Arctic Circle. I live in the Arctic. I want hospitals. I want infrastructure. I want good schools. I want good housing. All of this costs money. And all of this costs taxpayers' money. And those taxpayers' money is generated by companies that has to, get investments. So I completely agree with Edward Alexander that, when you ask people what really matters is their family and friends and the close ones. But what also matters is that you get, food that you can pay for, food security. You get a house that you can live in. You have access to healthcare and access to education. So all of this costs money. So we need entrepreneurs like Marine Spark X to grow and make big companies. Geopolitical changes does have a challenge. When Donald Trump went out with his statements about Greenland, I spoke with a real estate agent in Greenland who said that people stopped buying and selling houses to the same extent as they did before because of uncertainty. So why am I mentioning this? Because long-term predictable framework conditions is what drives investments. If you understand how the world looks like in 25 years, you make investments. That goes for our private finances, goes for big companies. So now, finally, coming to the close, a good investment from the Arctic, and I would like to go to Iceland and the small town of Ísafjord, a community of 2,200 people, where they have been for centuries living off the fish. And in 2009, there was a man who went up there. He had been working in Denmark. He went up there and he says, how can I use the fish skin for something else? So he decides to start doing some research on using the skin of the cod. He gets public money from the Technological Institute to kind of do a proof of concept. So this is basically what going to Norinova in Norway, for example, you get money to do a proof of concept. Then he got seed funding. Seed funding is not a lot of money, but it will help make your company grow. After a few years, so this was 2009, he got what Series A. So Series A is basically asking for venture capital, asking for people with deep pockets to come and invest from around the world. Now he suddenly got a lot more money, and fast forward to 2023, his company got sold for $1.1 billion. And we are talking about a company that started in a town of 2,200 people, and what he sold was fish skin. But he found out, because of research, that this fish skin could be used to treat burn wounds and diabetic wounds. So it was a high-end value product, like a pharmaceutical Band-Aid. This is the first unicorn in Iceland. It didn't happen in Reykjavik, it happened in Ísafjord, and I think it's a good example of how you grow companies, public and private partnerships, but also the investments did not come from Iceland. You know, it's okay to get money from outside of Iceland. I think we have to talk about this. The money came from Coloplast in Denmark, a private company that said, I want to buy this company and grow it. And in the contract, it says you have to keep the jobs locally. So the factory is still there. They just have $1.1 billion more than they used to.
That's not too bad, I guess. You often talk about, a quick follow-up, you often talk about scale in your presentation, you often talk about geography, and now you also mentioned that funding could come from the outside, you know. Based on that example, for example, how do you connect it with the problem of scale? How did they overcome it, geography? And if we know that the power horse of the 21st century is the Pacific and Asian countries, is the Arctic, from your expertise and from you talking to people around the world, is there a clear interest in investing into the complex that is the Arctic from Asian stakeholders?
Yeah. So we had a Arctic Investment Summit in London a few weeks ago, and there were 100 investors in the room, no policymakers, just people with money, and they were interested. But they look at the business case like anyone else. You don't get preferential treatment because you're in the Arctic necessarily, and I think this is important to remember. That's also why opening a mine in northern Canada is 60% more expensive than going to the south of Canada. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because scale is also important when you come in as an investor, because the business case becomes better. You know, investing in, let's say, solar panels that benefits 20 people, that's hard to get a big return of investments. But what Greenland is doing now is looking into how can we use our hydropower. The Greenlandic government is doing the largest infrastructure project in the history of Greenland, which is hydropower. Now they're looking into how can we use this surplus hydropower. And who is interested? Korea. Like I spoke with Korea a few days ago. They're interested because of ammonia production. They're interested because of battery production. They're interested because it will be much cheaper to have data centers there, because Greenland is vast, is a cold climate, is cheap energy, and is located in a strategically good place, especially when they get. So now suddenly there's a scale in this. So Korea is very interested. The Korean government announced in their, and this is my final comment, announced in their annual budget for 2026 that they're going to invest $420 million in Arctic shipping. That's one non-Arctic state investing $420 million in Arctic shipping. This is what Korea is doing. That scale, that matters because Arctic shipping will be, big enough that it will be relevant in the future.
All right, so we heard a lot of positive potential things, and now we want to contextualize that. And let's start with the European policymakers first. Kalle, geopolitics definitely changed the Arctic picture for Finland. When you look at the scenarios, when you hear Mats's comments on funding from outside partners, can you put that in a Finnish context? What is the future of Finland when it comes to the Arctic as an investment idea?
Thank you very much. Many thanks for all those young people who have been drafting these 4 scenarios in my country, coming from Finland. We have the problem that young people are often quite pessimistic, and here again we see that young people are much more pessimistic than my generations, for instance. Also, looking at those scenarios, there are things which are not necessarily that bad. It could be much worse. We are probably living now the end of exceptionalism, and I noticed there the mentioning of building bunkers. Finland has a big, unreliable, unpredictable neighbor. I'm not referring to Estonia or Sweden or Norway here. So we have developed national security and preparedness maybe much more than some other countries have. And mentioning these bunkers, I just would like to tell you that when we have foreign delegations coming to Finland, one of the most popular sites to visit is a huge civil shelter in the very heart of our capital, Helsinki. Practically every delegation wants to see that place. It's not just an empty place for a bad day. It's crowded all the time. There are sports halls, children's playgrounds, parking lots, whatever. But within 72 hours, we can empty that place and take it into its proper use. So this kind of dual use is a good way of preparing for a bad day, but in an economically viable way. So there are companies which are running these sports places or children's indoor playgrounds or whatever, and they are making good business there, and we also have this special knowledge of building this kind of shelters. So Finland has supported Ukraine during this terrible war with big amounts of money. There is also EU money involved, which needs to be mentioned, building shelters for a country that really needs them today. And this is one part of economy that we are developing in our country. I have a few other examples as well, but maybe I will come back to them a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe also a quick follow-up. I mean, infrastructure has always been a big debate also in Finland. Remember the railroad debate, Shikkenes all the way down. And you mentioned the dual use, which is now being referred to over and over. Can you say a few words about infrastructure developments, investments in Finland into the future that might also have a dual use impact?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a good question and one of my favorite topics to talk about. As Finland and Sweden joined NATO, we are now all allied countries in the north. And we are working very closely with Finland, Sweden and Norway in the north and developing our infrastructure. It's definitely not cheap, and these are huge investments, so we need to talk to our neighbors and we have to see all possible aspects. When we are preparing for something that we don't want to see, we have to think how to finance all these. So we have this dual use approach there also. We talk about opening new sustainable mines for digging critical minerals, and expanding the network of foreign trade and increasing the tourism. There are many things that we are talking about because in our part of the world we live in a very special Arctic region because we have road network, we have railroads, we have airports, we have all that. But to develop that and see all those commercial possibilities. But this is definitely an area where we need to work together with our partners. And remembering the new NATO requirement of 5%, out of which 1.5% should go to infrastructure. This is also a very important aspect when thinking about investments in infrastructure. And infrastructure in northern part of Europe is very special because it has to resist -30, but also +30. So it's very specific.
Thank you very much, Kalle. I want to now ask Karina. Of course, it's a different country, Finland, but the need to invest into infrastructure, I think from a local and regional perspective, that's something you like to hear. We heard before about the need of manpower, so the demographic question. From your perspective as the mayor of Luleå, could you put that into context a bit, like the infrastructure debate right now and how that has a positive or negative impact for a city like Luleå in ahead?
Well, first of all, I must say that I don't really agree with the scenarios because I see all the possibilities we have in the north, and actually listening to our prize taker here is also giving me the hope. I know that there are smart people living in the north, in the Arctics. They do good business. That's not the problem. The problem is to scale it up, to make sure that you make investments here and get the money to our area. And what we also know is that we have a little other circumstances. We have the cold, we have the Arctic climate, we are often not that many people living close, which means that we have more difficulties building a market locally. So, and we also have distances to where we are going to sell our products or taking the grid up. Well, the distance is costs. So that makes our businesses more expensive to run. But still, it's nothing wrong with ideas. It's nothing wrong with the natural resources we have in our areas. We just need to make sure that we get investments to invest here. And why do I, as a local mayor, want to have investments? Well, if no one gets a job in my city will not exist in 50 years. There's no possibility to just like slide along and make nothing. Because when it's like when you go swimming and when you stop swimming, it's not like you will be a fabulous future. You will be going down. So you need to continue to develop, otherwise you will not be there anymore. So I need to make sure that there's a possibility to live in my city in the future, and that means that I need investors to make money in my city. To make that, I need infrastructure. I need it so much because of the distances. But I also need us to support to make sure that the markets is close enough for me, and that could be a digital market, or it could be a very physical market, and then I need railways. And actually in our part of Sweden and Finland joining the NATO, and we see much more need of logistic transportations in the north. That's actually good for us right now, because right now, when earlier I had to scream to the government and sometimes to the European Commission that maybe we need money up in the north, right now there's someone else saying that maybe we need this transportation. So there's actually something good coming out of it, and we should use that, or I'm trying to use it, of course. I'm only responsible for my city. So we have good possibilities, but we also have challenges. So we don't need to paint the future black. We need to solve the problems that gives us disadvantages, and then we will have good investments in the Arctic. I'm sure of that.
Also, a follow-up question to you. Like, how do you then better sell your region to your counterparts in the capital, like to Stockholm or to Brussels? Like, what is the story? Like, how do you, convince people that your Arctic is not only a remote place, but it's also something with a success story, and you can deliver A, B, and C connected to developments C, D, and F here in Brussels?
Yeah. First of all, we have something unique up in where I live. We have minerals, we have energy production, we have the forest, we have the ice, we have the coldness. I think that we should create products that uses what we have. And when I say ice, maybe you think like, well, that's not a value. Well, if you do car testing on ice, then it's quite good to have the ice. If you have a data center, it's quite good to have the cold outside, because you will need a lot of cooling. And no one thinks that AI will need less data centers in the future, so the question is only where will they be, and will they be on green electricity, and will they need a lot of electricity to cool down, or will they need a little? So that makes our position something that is worth selling, actually. That is what I need to tell everyone who wants to make an investment, no matter if they're in Stockholm or in the European Commission. And it's not only the public part. There is no business being done only with public money. You have to have private investors. You have to have an economic profit. The national, the official money, they should only be the seed and maybe a little push in the right direction. But they also need to be the infrastructure and the one who's going to be used for everyone.
Allow me one more follow-up. It's a bit of a siloed question, but have you ever experienced, we talk a lot about the demographic problems we face in the Arctic. Have you ever experienced the other part of the story, that you talk to people said, oh no, we don't want more people in the Arctic. We have already enough people up here. We've seen more and more tourists. We want to keep this place a remote place. And I'm talking now from your Arctic citizens' perspective.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, we see growing tourism, we see winter tourism, but also summer tourism. People coming from Europe because it's too hot there in the summer, coming up to our place. We have a lovely summer, beautiful archipelago, so come see us. But of course, the ones who use their archipelago island, they don't want 50 other people to come there, of course. So yeah, we do get that challenge. And as I said, I talk a lot to people with, why do we have to grow? And as I said, it's not the opportunity to continue to be what you are. Because when I explain to people, I say like, okay, we do not need to grow if everyone in here promised they will not grow older. You will continue to be the same age, go to the same job, buy the same coffee, buy the same t-shirt, then we will have the same services in the city and we will have the same situation as today. But since no one can promise me that, then we have to start to plan for something else. And if we don't only want old people to live here, well, we need people moving in here. And we need new businesses and new jobs, because the jobs who were here for 50 years ago, they will not be the ones who are here in the future. So either we're creating our own future or we will be a victim of someone else's futures. That's what I'm trying to tell people, because I do get that a lot. And then we have to create a future. I mean, I'm hired by the people of Luleå. If they think I do it wrong, I will not be here in a year. So I actually have to do it in a way that people think this is a good development. So it's not the opposite, but yeah, I definitely meet the ones who think it's good enough to stay where we are.
Thank you. So maybe another scenario could be, I don't know, the Benjamin Button of the Arctic or something. Erica, let's put the discussion now into frame it from a Canadian and Indigenous perspective. What you have just heard from the scenarios before, from Mats, Kalle and Karina, like your Arctic is different than our Arctic here in the European part. Can you enlighten us a bit on like how you see the future of investments, also what we have heard maybe from Edward before, you know, from your perspective, from a Yukon perspective, also with regard to scale, geography, demography issues, etc.
Yeah, I'm from a really remote community in the Arctic Yukon. A lot of our wealth is based on the land that we've protected and stewarded for thousands of years, and often a lot of the interest there is, of course, an extractive industry, which, if we think about investment from the perspective of the local people, a lot of that is going south, and it's not really going towards, I guess, sustainable and circular economy that we need for our future. So there's often a lot of misalignment between like the land wealth, where we see an economy in being renewable sustainable, and it's often not just investment from a money perspective, but also a people perspective. And so participating in these extractive industries aren't really in alignment with the future that we see, and it's funny to see the scenario, Arctic Utopia. That's what we have now without having extractive industry or those type of investments in the Arctic. And it's often difficult to attract investment in things like infrastructure because of climate change and the vulnerability it puts both locally and whatever that infrastructure might be achieving. So oftentimes we're looking for solutions that are informed locally and that are going to invest in our region in a way that's going to be meaningful both you know, immediately and into the future. So we're not dealing with a lot of people or systems that rely on attracting a lot of that sort of investment. Yeah, I don't know what more to add, but.
Also, a related follow-up question, like, are you heard enough when you tell these stories, or your colleagues, when you go to Ottawa, for example, or Vancouver, you know, these bigger hubs, policy, economic hubs, you know, that, okay, this is a really remote place, we have our ideas, there are opportunities, obviously, and are you heard enough, or what is missing, what is lacking in that discussion?
Well, so the big thing is that we negotiated modern treaties, and as Indigenous people, we gave up a lot to have a seat at the table, so that we have to be heard. And so often a lot of that investment is actually at the government level. And that's kind of written into our treaty. And we have to use that to leverage that to things that are going to work for us in the north. So in that way, we're heard. In terms of forums like these, I think sometimes the realities don't really connect. I think on the climate change scale, we're heard quite a bit, but in terms of the solutions and what those look like for the north, I think it relates to a lot of what people said. It's hard to get kind of that investment into what those solutions look like because it's so small. And so yeah, we often have to be very creative and innovative and find the right partners because we are so small. We have to have partnerships where people are willing to work towards common goals, and that's been a really good, I guess, opportunity for us is to have those partnerships.
Thank you. I'll come back to the topic later. A question of partnerships and how valuable some of them are and not. And I want to put the discussion or bring the European Union, the supranational level, a bit into the discussion. Larissa, you work for the European Commission on research matters. What you have heard now from the scenarios and the previous panelists, you know, enlighten us a bit on the complexity that you face working within the EU, a heavy funder of Arctic research, the future of investments, you know, and this complexity that the Arctic is in contrast also to global development.
So first of all, I would like to congratulate the idea of having this case study and experiment. I do share the negative aspects that, I mean, the depression that comes out of this. In my line of work, so I work on the ocean climate nexus, including the polar areas, and every year it's record after record being broken, and it's all in the wrong direction. These are all scenarios being embedded in research we can actually come with predictions. So we do not have the magic ball, but we can identify that link to our anthropogenic activities, our pollution, our emissions. We more or less know in which direction we are heading, and it's straight into the wall. The IPCC has scenarios, of course, and with every year it is seen that the advancement is much more at a more accelerated pace than foreseen and forecasted. 9 out of the 16 tipping elements are in the frozen elements of the Earth system, so notably the cryosphere and also in the ocean. For ocean acidification, for example, the Arctic is the first one that has already passed the planetary boundary. So this is more or less the daily environment that I find myself working in. In addition to this, the geopolitical environment is tremendously unstable. The positioning of the major former partners, for example, the United States, in terms of data, in terms of meteorological monitoring, climate science, is basically now, with their stepping back, leaving the EU being left in the first place, which is not really where we would like to be. But so the EU comes with a very strong past in terms of investment into research, into polar research, and this covers all of the aspects of the polar areas. We are now at a moment in time where the current framework program is already programmed, so the remaining 3 years are programmed, and we are designing the next stage. And here, just today, for example, there's the event that opened the consultation process with stakeholders on the Ocean Research and Innovation Agenda. And this is only one of the 4. So you have the European Ocean Research and Innovation Agenda, there's the Water Resilience Research and Innovation Agenda, there's the Ocean Observing Initiative, and there is the review of the Arctic strategy. And all of these will be open for consultation with the stakeholders. And I would like to highlight to you that this is the occasion for all the stakeholders to submit all of your views, in which direction you think that the future would need to be in terms of strategic investments, in terms of policy, in terms of programming. And this will basically guide the EU's activities in the next 5 years. The next research framework program, so FP10, will start in 2028 and is very closely linked to the Competitiveness Fund, where it's the core elements are competitiveness, defense, security, and at least from where I sit, it will be very important to bring in the Earth system as the basis for all life on Earth. So we cannot go on just pushing on the competitiveness side. We cannot push only on defense and being at each other's throats, because that kind of blinds us from the biggest challenge of our generation, which is climate change. And it is really, really not going in the right direction. We had previously a video recording from somebody returning from Belém, COP30. It's really, really not positive news. 60% of the parties are non-ambitious. So I don't know. I do not know. I think it's in our generation's obligation to bring a little bit of hope to the youth and to the next generation, and to clean up the mess that we have created and we are continuing to create.
Thank you very much. A related follow-up here as well. I mean, you talked about the emphasis, the focus on ocean-related research, also linking it to the Arctic. You talked about, you kind of alluded to this dual use as well, you know, competitiveness as part of it, security. What I often miss here is where the people. You know, how do you link those research efforts to actually people, now in our case, living in the Arctic? And we have heard from Erica, Karina, how complex that Arctic is, you know, so the Yukon is a different Arctic than the subarctic of Luleå. Like, how do you link the research efforts that it's not only about the natural sciences and not only about this competitiveness and approach, but also about the people, you know, and then maybe create this kind of more positive future attitude towards.
So already in the current framework program, the key elements and principles that govern all of the polar funding is the inclusivity of SSH. So SSH is social sciences. All of the research carried out must be multi and transdisciplinary. There's a huge emphasis on international cooperation and also on the systemic view. So all of the research needs to be systems informed and then go into the niche research that is required. However, it needs to be grounded in realism, and realism is look at the complexity of the system in order to make sure that the research that comes out is actually implementable, matches the reality, and can lead to sustainable solutions. As well, all of the research funded requires, so at least for the Arctic research, requires the inclusion of the indigenous peoples. So they need to be part of the design of the research that is carried out. Of course, this is a little bit limited to the carrying capacity of the indigenous peoples, because they cannot be in all of the research projects. But we do try. So at least from the programming side, they are included.
All right, thank you very much. Last but not least, Gustav, you're a successful example, or a successful example maybe in the making, you know. What you have heard now, you know, how much realism was in your guys' efforts when you started Marine Sparks, and how much idealism was there, and how much do you already think about what's ahead in the Arctic? And do you think in 5, 10, 20 years terms, or how does that work when you set up an Arctic industry, business, you know, keeping in mind the complexity of the global world, but also regional problems, in addition to the funding issue that is a problem, not only in the Arctic, but that's what we're here for.
Yes, thank you. Nice to see you, Andreas. First of all, I would just say that I'm humble to have been asked to represent young Arctic entrepreneurs. We'll try to do this as holistic as possible. Of course, we don't have all your answers, but I know what we have done and what worked for us and what drives our motivation. And I will definitely say that we have to be more positive than maybe you are, maybe these scenarios say. As an entrepreneur, you sort of has to be a little bit distance yourself from reality. You have to be a little out there, I think, and find a team who is also willing to work long hours for no guarantees. There are no guarantees being a startup, being entrepreneurs. Geopolitical changes, local changes, you are an offer for a lot of different effects. And for us, we sort of went about it differently, I think, than many other companies. From experience, from learning about ESG and related topics, it's a lot of existing challenges or companies that are trying to implement more sustainable practices or like reverse some challenges they have. But we started the company with these goals, sustainability goals in mind, and has set up a business case that the more profit we turn, the more we are contributing to sequestering CO2. And that's like super nice. So we are very proud of that. This is actually how the business case is structured, meaning like the more success we get, the more profit and hopefully wage we can give to our founders soon. The more we are sequestering CO2. So I think that's very nice. And would you remind me more about your questions? I'm certain I have some reflections.
I have a follow-up, actually. Not even a follow-up, but something you remember startup, being a startup.
Yes.
When I read about startups from a European perspective, I often read that, we lag behind, obviously, the US when it comes to seed funding and to support startups. Now, more and more, of course, we lag behind Asian countries. What is your experience? Did you get enough support as a startup from the national perspective, from the European perspective? And second follow-up, did you use the Arctic as a catchphrase, as something like, look, we are in the Arctic, we're so remote and unique, you need to fund us? Is there something positive in using the myth that is the Arctic in setting up an Arctic setup?
Yeah, good question. So I think we have been very fortunate with both local and national support. We have had to work on it, of course, but I feel that we have been we have been welcomed with open doors, open arms, which has been very key. I think that it helped that we had many founders, co-founders, co-owners, young, like-minded students with different backgrounds, different networks. So from the government investment perspective, we have been very fortunate, I believe. But privately, it's through what you are saying. I believe it's similar to my own experience that America has a higher degree of risk-willing capital. I've heard reflections that maybe the southern part of Norway also have more risk-willing capital than the northern parts. And this reminds me of a nice discussion I had with Nils the other day when me and Johan arrived, that we are looking for investors now. Shameless plug. Closing the pre-emission round in Q1. And it's very important when you are developing a new industry that you have investors that understand what you're trying to do, that knows the business, because then it's easier to have information flow. They would understand if things don't turn out exactly how you indicated, etc. So having risk-willing local private capital as a quality stamp together with this soft funding and governmental support, I think is key. And we have succeeded in this.
Thank you. It's really interesting. I have many more follow-ups, but we have about 10-15 more minutes, so I want to open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions, please raise them, get up, introduce yourself. We have a question at the very end. Maybe somebody can run over. Maybe can you raise your hand again? Yep. And please introduce yourself and...
Hi everybody, my name is Najam and I'm from Northern Norway. I work in Hasvik Kommune as a financial advisor and I'm doing my master's focused on Northern Norway or the Arctic in general. I have two questions. One question is for Larissa from European Union. We always talk about the cuts in emissions and disagreement of big countries like USA and China. And I believe that it would not be possible to, it's almost an impossible task year after year to convince them to cut the emissions. So why don't European Union, and we are being pressed like Norway and other countries to cut the emissions, and rules are coming on and on. Why is it so much focus on cutting the emissions instead of shifting focus on the companies? For example, Europe can do in European Union to, for example, plant more trees, and as equal to the emissions a company is emitting carbon to the air. Why don't they plant trees or do some innovative things to reduce carbon from the air? And my second question is from Karina from Luleå. We have been to Tornio Haparanda, and we have made a case study about the cooperation, how successfully both cities have cooperated in the delivery of services. So my question is that why can't Arctic communities or the municipalities come together to make a hub of transportation and logistics and traveling or something like that, and also cooperating together for the delivery of better services to its people and attracting talent as well. So how it can be achieved and why we don't see much in that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larissa, maybe first a question was about new innovation instead of, well, I don't know, old emissions. Any immediate thoughts on that?
Yeah, so there is such a thing as climate inertia, which means that for the cryosphere and the ocean, this is very true. This is where the climate inertia is, which means that all of the emissions that we have already put into the atmosphere, they are there and they are already locked in. So no matter what we do now, it's already locked in for 10, 20, 50, 100 years. And we already know how much it destabilizes the planet. And I mean, you see the entire Earth system is being destabilized, and it goes into a direction where we do not know after the tipping in which environment and which climate we're going to find ourselves. So it's going to be an unknown for humanity. Humanity is one. The other part is the entire biosphere that is being lost and decimated for the human endeavor. So basically what your question was, why do we need to decarbonize, and why not just come with the technological fixes? Because those are very biased. So if I may, your question is biased, and it has the bias of the technological fix, which will unfortunately not work. So not only that we need to decarbonize, but we need as well to go into negative. So we need to draw down everything that we have put into the oceans, into the ocean, into our life supporting system. And planting trees, well, planting trees is, first of all, when we plant trees, it's all monocultures, which is a catastrophe for biodiversity. There's no biodiversity in it. And we do not allow for the trees to do what they do in terms of carbon sequestration.
Very good answer. Thank you very much. Karina, I know about a little project called the AUSC that tries to create
Exactly.
knowledge exchange. So maybe can you
Yeah.
enlighten us a bit about?
And I must say that we do cooperate. We do cooperate within the Arctic Mayors Forum, and the European Commission started the cooperation called the European Arctic Urban Regional Cooperation, where we cooperate with cities all over the Arctic in Alaska, in Canada, Sweden, Norway, Iceland. So we do have a good cooperation, and we are learning from each other. But also, as being in different countries, we have different legislation, different things that the municipality is responsible of. So we learn from each other, and then we can take like half of it, and the half of it you have to suit it up for yourself. As for the question of the transportation hub, the problem is still that we have distances and a very low population. So even with, I can go by car more than an hour and don't leave my municipality. So, and we do, as Luleå is the biggest city in the most northern region of Sweden, and we have a big port, and we have railway, and we have a big airport, and we have cars and everything. So we have the transportation hub, but that doesn't help the people living 1 hour away from the city center. And that definitely doesn't help the ones living in the next municipality. So we are a little population living in a big land, so we need the logistic to work everywhere, and that's a challenge because it's so few users per meter. If I'm very like straight on what's the problem is, so it's more expensive for us to build everything, and that's a challenge. And if you have no logistic, well, you can't sell anything. Like things aren't worth anything in your shelf. It's worth anything when you sell it to someone, and then you have to have the transportation system working, and that is expensive, and it's too expensive for the local communities to bear, actually.
Thank you very much. I have seen 2 hands. Maybe first in that hand. Yes. Again, please introduce yourself.
Hello, Antonio Calò from University of Oulu. Thank you very much. And my question is about the narrative that every one of you, to some extent, presented. On one hand, it seems to me that there is Gustav that actually created a narrative about opportunity. Climate change, pollution created an opportunity to develop a business that is in a business of mitigating the effects and fighting the effects. But on the other hand, there are investors that the 2 examples I can think of is that this 400 million investment in shipping, that is about technically exploiting actually the effect of climate change, because the shipping routes in the Arctic are available. So I'm not saying that the investment is bad. Actually, it creates opportunities, creates wealth, resources, so perfectly fine. But isn't there a danger in confusing the community in terms of narrative? So climate change is actually a threat. Before there was a question before the previous panel in terms of like threat on the community for the effect of climate change. But isn't there a danger that we confuse the community by presenting the opportunities that the consequences of climate change produce? And therefore it's difficult to actually present climate change as a threat. When I say climate change creates the opportunity for 400 million investment, isn't there a danger?
Thank you very much. A very, very good question. Mats, you want to go first?
No, I think it's an important point, and there's a lot of layers to it. One of first of all is that people living in the Arctic are experiencing global warming at 3 times the global average. So we are feeling it a lot more, I'm sure in North Canada with the wildfires, you got permafrost melting, you got increased storms and so on. But none of these emissions are happening from the Arctic. It's not the industries in the Arctic causing the majority of emissions, it's rather somewhere else. And so that's kind of number one. Number 2 is I am always saying that, to paraphrase John F. Kennedy, but as not what the world can do for the Arctic, ask what the Arctic can do for the world. The Arctic have a lot of the solutions that we need to fight this challenge. So one is energy. Yes, it's traditionally oil and gas today. In the future, it will be ammonia or whatever power to X will be, and carbon capture and storage will be in the Arctic. We know we need to eat more seafood. Definitely, that's going to come from the Arctic. And we know we need to build more renewable energy, and that's going to come from mining in the Arctic as well. all of these solutions, like, so the reason the business case to invest in the Arctic is to fight what you talked about, the climate change challenges. There's also just a small second point to this, is that, two very quick points. One is that people living in the Arctic, they have an interest in protecting their local environment. You want to protect what is in your backyard. So if you ask the companies, like the fishing companies are saying, please, let's not overfish, let's take care of our oceans, because it's our business case. If we ruin whatever is in our backyard, we ruin it. So we don't have an interest in promoting climate change. Secondly, we also need to make it attractive for investments. And I just want to briefly link in climate change and investments, not a direct answer, but just remember when the electric car was invented back in the 80s, no one bought it because it was ugly, it didn't drive very fast, it was very expensive. Then one guy comes in, he makes a car that looks good, drives extremely fast, and is also rather cheap, and suddenly everyone wants to drive electric vehicles. I think it's also, we need to think about how do we brand the region. I mean, the same guy also invented Starlink that is changing a lot of things across the Arctic because he's driving innovation. So we need to continue to innovate. And I'm not sure that we should say that climate change is good or bad. I think it's a separate discussion. It's an issue, global issue we have to solve. But we need to find the solutions. And the solutions, I think, comes from private sector, like Marine Spark X. So.
Thank you. Larissa, you also raised your hand? No, not anymore. Anybody else wants to? All right. We have time for one more question. There's one more hand, so that is excellent.
Hi, my name is Arthur Amlotz. I am a freelance consultant. I'm also a member of the French National Committee for Arctic and Antarctic Research. My question will be the following: would you have a message for European non-Arctic states that are currently either updating or have updated or are about to update their Arctic strategies or their Arctic action plan? For example, France will release its updated polar strategy tomorrow. So would you have a message for these states regarding the investment in the Arctic, regarding how can collaboration between Arctic, with it north and south in this case, could operate in a sustainable way, in a more inclusive way? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, it kind of links to what Matt said a bit about branding the Arctic, and also what Claude alluded to before, the public consultation process. But the responsibility of Arctic people to actually tell the right story to the right stakeholders. Karina, you wanted?
Everyone who is updating their Arctic policy need to talk to people living in the Arctic. There is no way you can sit somewhere else to solve the problems. I actually made a speech in the German Bundestag a few years ago, and then they had like a very local problem, and were like, should we solve this like this or this? And you're like, you're not supposed to solve it from Germany. The people living in this village is supposed to solve them. So what your policy should be about is how to make sure that people who live here and have the effects of what's going on here is a part of the policy making. That's the most important thing for me.
Gustav first.
Yeah, this reminds me of, I was shortly part of the workshop yesterday, which was very interesting. It was a little delayed because I delivered exams, but this reminds me of one of the topics we had there, where this Ethiopia example were based around that you need like an extreme event to happen before the Arctic states can align. I just read in this business index now that reminded me it's called Black Swans event. And I just want to emphasize that I really hope that these Arctic states manage to share their resources, to share their plans, to align without having the Black Swans event, because history repeats itself, but please, let's change history together. Like, what's the reason to have Black Swans events? Just align, share equally, find some good rules and regulations for how we share it, and respect each other. It should be easy.
Let's see. Kalle?
Somebody said this today, that the elephant in the room is the climate change, and that is very true. But if we leave that elephant aside for a short while, I think that, at least to me, the big concern in the Arctic is that people are moving away. This applies especially for the indigenous peoples. For instance, in Finland, Sweden, Norway, the biggest Sami population does not live in the Sapmi, in their own traditional land, but they are living in the capital area or in some big cities like in Finland, in Oulu. So we need to find ways to find working places in our northern areas. It's very difficult to make big investments there because they are reindeer herders' land, so you cannot just build a railway or a big mine or something. So there have to be other ways of finding livelihoods and income for these people. And there I'm very optimistic about all this AI and IT and startup. My minister visited Rovaniemi a week or 2 weeks ago, and she was attending the inauguration of Lapland Startup Hub. And it's a fascinating place for young people who want to be innovative and to start building their own companies. They can get support from there, and then they can do whatever they do at home in the Arctic area, because we have very well functioning internet systems all over, so they can send their data, their software, whatever, by internet. So that it might be one good way of keeping the Arctic region alive, and it's also relatively carbon neutral if they are doing their livelihood that way.
Thank you very much. We're shortly over time. If there are no questions, I would like to thank everyone on stage for actually making the trip to Brussels. Eric, I'm looking at you. And I hope those conferences never end when the panel ends. So I hope we can keep the discussion and also remind ourselves that this is a complex discussion, because we alluded to some problems, and of course the demography, the peripheral problem is one of it. The climate change is another one, and I hope we can keep on discussing it tonight and tomorrow. That's it from my side. I don't know if the organizers have anything to say. They do. All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abstrudik and the panelists. Very important now, we will finish the day with a cocktail reception, kindly organized by our friends.